I know that Adam is broadcasting this and it will be captured that way, but we want to make sure that we have this recorded as well. Thank you. Okay. I'll start the second paragraph again. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are utilizing the Zoom medium for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting through dialing the following phone number, and that is all right, I'm looking for the phone number, Ellen, and I'm not finding it. Well, there are two phone numbers listed on our agenda. I will read one of them. Area code 312-626-6799. And using the password the meeting ID is 821-0245-6530, or by clicking on the following.
So they don't want to.
I got it.
I'm just pausing because there's more chatter out there, and this is not going to work if that continues. Okay, or by clicking the following website address, and it's a very long URL, but you can find it on the second page of the planning board's agenda, which has been published and posted. It's available on the town's website at kingstonnh.org, and going to the planning board's page and finding the agenda for this meeting tonight. And on the second page, you will find that that URL to join this meeting electronically that way, if you wish. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the website of the board at kingstonnh.org. If anybody has a problem, please call 603-642-3342 extension 6, or email the planning board's email at pb@kingstonnh.org. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. All right, I'm going to stop every time the background chatter starts kicking up again, because it's not fair to those listening to not be able to hear what's going on at the meeting itself. Okay. So the roll call vote is required as part of the allowance for doing these meetings remotely, which is the reason for roll call. So we'll start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. And when we do roll calls, I will ask Ellen if she could call the roll, and we'll do it that way and try to be consistent about it as best we can. So Ellen, if you could do that, we'll call the roll and get ourselves started.
Okay, Glenn Koppelman.
Present and alone.
Lynn Merrill.
Present and alone.
Richard Wilson.
Present and alone.
Peter Coffin.
Present alone.
Robin DeGuay.
Present and alone.
Peter Bakey.
Present and alone.
and Chris Bashaw.
Present, my family is in the house.
All right. So I didn't take account. Ellen, how many do we have? Are we missing anybody?
No,
We're not. Okay. So we have a full sitting board of 7 voting members. And we also have Ellen Faulkner, who's our administrative assistant and also a planning board alternate. And since we have a full sitting board, she won't be voting tonight unless
oh,
we
I
have.
didn't, excuse me, I forgot to call Steve Padfield, who I see is here.
Ah,
So I
yes.
didn't ask him if he was present and alone.
Steve, would you say that you're present and whether you're alone or not?
Yes, I am present and my wife is here with me.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So not only do we have a full board of regular voting members, we have our 2 board alternates with us tonight. Steve Padfield, who you just heard from, Ellen Faulkner, who's our administrative assistant and also a board alternate. We do have with us also Glenn Greenwood, our town planner. And where is he? Dennis Quintal, our town engineer. And there are lots of folks on the call here. It looks like we've got, at this point, 45 participants. Okay. All right. So the first hearing is scheduled to start at 6:45. We have about 5 minutes, and I don't know if we can take care of any short items before we start the hearings. We do have one carryover from Ellen, yes.
I just want to inform you that it looks like the town server is down. So this is not broadcasting live at the moment. Adam's running up to the town hall now to see if it's correct, but he's been kicked off and I can't get on anything through the town. So he's running up to check, but I just wanted to let you know, it can go out on YouTube. It's just not going on the cable channel.
Okay.
So,
All right, thanks, Ellen. If any of that changes as the meeting goes on, we'll let folks know.
I have a point of order question if anybody cares to answer it.
Who is speaking?
My name is Brad. I'm a member of the public. If the meeting is not able to be broadcast, does that constitute a lack of public access to the meeting?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
No, because
I'll mute my recording again.
thank you. The access to this meeting is through this Zoom platform. So as long as this platform is up and running, we are fulfilling the requirements of the public hearing and the public meeting process. As Ellen said, it's her understanding that this is also going out to YouTube. So the one medium that isn't working apparently is the closed circuit TV, the local TV. Is that correct, Ellen?
because it's the town's server, which this goes through. So I also checked to see if I could get any documents through the town server and I can't. So he's running up just to make sure it isn't something else, but it looks like it's the town server.
Okay. Glenn, just to make sure that Brad's question is answered correctly, did I address it adequately?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, we had one carryover item from our last meeting, and that was a letter that came in on a potential business occupation. It was for a flower farm, and I know we were going to do some research and work on it. I didn't know if Glenn, you had anything for us on that, or if anyone else had anything. And if not, we'll take it up at the end of the meeting.
I had nothing new to add, but I think that you had addressed the issues properly in your first discussion.
And I did look up the warrant that year, and the single family residential zone did not add the language that the other zones added.
Okay. Well, we're probably going to need to take that discussion up a little bit later, just to make sure that we close the loop on that.
Glenn, this is Chris. Could I just put something in real quick? Just reference that gentleman's point of order question. Ellen, are you still able to receive email?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I can tell.
Because I know the one thing you have to be able to receive email in case there's somebody stating they can't access the Zoom platform.
And actually, what I'll try and do too is have Adam check a couple other things while he's at the town hall.
Okay.
Chris, do you want to do a quick check on that and send Ellen an email and see?
Yeah, I'm going to send her an email real quick, just because that is the one requirement of that people, if they can't access the Zoom platform, they need to be able to access that email backup to let you know that.
And I'm going to make a phone call too, because my phone calls hit my email. So you do one and I'll do the other.
I just emailed her too, so.
Well, okay. So, oh. Yeah, Christopher Bashaw test.
Okay,
And
so,
Glenn Greenwood, how did you get this?
and you should have one from Richard.
Nothing from me?
My computer blocks you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have anything from Richard yet.
You've been banned, Richard.
That's all right.
All right. The first thing I'm going to do is read the agenda item for the first hearing. And then I'm going to explain how we're going to proceed, just so we're all on the same page.
Leaving a message just to see if it comes through my email.
And it's going to be a little bit different with regard to the public comment part of it than we have done in the past. We're going to try to improve that process a little bit. So it's now 6:45, time for the first hearing, and it is for Ken and Irina Anthony of 3 Concannon Road, Kingston, tax map U1 lot 70. The applicant is submitting a conditional use application to allow for reconstruction and expansion of an existing house within the shoreline protection zone and wetland conservation district. And I know that Mr. Geyer is here from Jones and Beach, the one who did the plan for this. And before the meeting started, he indicated that he would be speaking for the applicant, but I believe the applicant is also on with us. I see Irina Anthony and.
Yeah, Irina is here.
Okay, excellent. All right. Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. We will first. Well, we might first want to be addressing the issue of jurisdiction. I know that Glenn had suggested to us that we're ready for that, but before I do that, I just want to make sure that folks know that this is a public hearing, which means that we will be discussing the application itself. The board will be if folks would please mute your mic so that we limit the background activity.
Seems to be coming from Peter Z. There he goes.
All right, he's muted now. And all right, let me finish with these instructions now. So So we'll be going through the application. The applicant or the applicant's representative will be walking us through it. The board will have a chance to ask questions. And we also have comments from town departments, which we will do. And at a certain point, I will open it up for public comment. And at that time, we will open up the chat function. The chat function will only be used for folks who wish to make a comment or ask a question. You will need to enter your name and address into the chat, and Glenn will be watching it. And we will call you in order as we have them on the screen, as Glenn has them. You'll be recognized, and then you will be able to address the board and ask your question or make a comment. The chat function will not be used for chatting. We've done that in the past, and it gets very unwieldy and very unproductive, and it's very hard to keep track of things. And a lot of stuff would get discussed in chat and would never make it onto the verbal platform that we're trying to have here during the public hearing. So the chat function will be turned on during the public public comment period for each hearing, and it will only be used for folks to identify themselves if they wish to speak or ask a question. All right. Glenn, do you want the board to address jurisdiction before we ask the applicant to present? No?
You can. Yeah, I mean, you brought it up, you certainly can. And then that's one less thing you have to do afterwards.
Well, since you've done the review of it and feel that that we can deal with that, I'd rather take it up at this time. So if the board is ready for that question, we could do it now. If you'd rather hear the presentation, then we can do that as well.
I make a motion that we invoke jurisdiction.
I'll second that.
On 3 Concana Drive, yeah, Canada Road. rather.
Motion by Lynn. Was it Peter Coffin?
That's fine.
Yes, I second that.
Second by Peter Coffin. And just so that folks know, the motion to invoke jurisdiction means that the board, should it vote in the affirmative, considers that the application is complete enough to start the review process, and it also starts the required statutory 65-day review clock that is granted to the planning board by the state RSAs. So, any further discussion on that motion? Okay, Ellen, would you please call the roll for that one? And you are muted.
I just realized that, sorry.
There we
Glenn
go.
Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin Duguay.
Yes.
Okay, that's everyone.
Okay. All right. So I already identified Barry Geyer from Jones and Beach. Barry, would you like to take it at this point and review the application for us and for those listening in?
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Barry Geyer. I'm with Jones and Beach Engineers. The project is located at 3 Concannon Road. It's tax map U1, lot 70. With us tonight are the Anthonys, Ken and Irina. I believe they're there in cyberspace with us. The project is 0.74 acres in the rural residential zone adjacent to Country Pond. The property is bisected by the Newton-Kingston line. 0.47 acres of it are in Kingston. It contains an existing 1,120 square foot single family home with the well and septic. It is currently located 50 feet from Country Pond at the closest point. The existing house is in need of significant repair. Therefore, the applicants are seeking to reconstruct and expand the existing house in the same location with the deck. The proposed expansion is 203 square feet for a total footprint of 1,323 square feet. The proposed deck is to be no closer than 40 feet from Country Pond. Per the Kingston zoning, the shoreline district is 300 feet from Country Pond, and the building setback is 150 feet from Country Pond. The entire lot is located within the shoreline district, and the vast majority of it is also located within the existing building setback from Country Pond. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit under section 205.6A4, which allows for the addition to a structure of less than 400 square feet within 150 feet from the shoreline. The applicant met with the Kingston Conservation Commission on October 8th and has incorporated their recommendations of adding a rain garden to the plans. The applicant also met with the Kingston ZBA on December 10th and received a variance to allow the expansion of an existing non-conforming use in the shoreline district. So with that, I can take any questions, or we can move to the conditional use criteria, whichever your choice would be.
Oh, thanks, Barry. Before I open it up to the board, we do have planner and town engineer comments, but was there anything that you wanted to do in a share screen mode for display purposes?
Definitely, I can share my screen and show you the plan.
I know that board members have seen it, but I don't know if everyone has, and so it
Sure.
might be worth just taking a quick look.
Yep. I believe you can see the screen at this time.
Yes.
You can see the existing house in red. The Newton Kingston line is shown splitting not only the lot but the house itself. The existing house is 1,119 square feet. You can see in the yellow here is the 150-foot shoreline building setback line, and obviously the all the lot is within the 300-foot shoreline district. We have Country Pond here on the left. So the proposed plan is to construct in the same location as the existing. We're going to expand the building. You can see they're basically just squaring off the edges of the building and adding the deck. And we are, in addition, as I said, we are adding a rain garden as requested by the Conservation Commission.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. I think that gets everybody onto the same page with the graphics. If you want to unshare that, Barry, for now, it'll be easier, I think. And then if we need to bring it back up again, we'll ask you to do that. Okay. So as Barry noted, there is a variance that has been granted. We have a letter in our file from the Zoning Board of Adjustment dated December 11. And as Barry said, this was at the December 10th meeting of the ZBA, and the variance was granted to repair and expand by 204 feet. I assume that means 204 square feet.
Correct.
Ellie, yes, okay. To an existing house in the Shoreline Protection District. So we have that. Before we open it up to the board and deal with the individual conditions, which Glenn has outlined in his memo to us, so we've got that handy right in front of us. Dennis, I know that you have a comment sheet here. You actually had it prepared for us for our last meeting, but since this had to go to ZBA first, it's dated November 25th, but it is specifically for this application. So would you like to walk us through your comments, Dennis?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I did get a copy of the plan, the application deeds, the abutters list, and tax maps. And so I offer the following comments. Number one, town line separating Kingston and Newton lies through this property and the dwelling. I recommend the square footage of the portion of the proposed dwelling in Kingston be listed. What is the percent of the proposed dwelling in Kingston? Number 2, I recommend that the percent of the roof drain rain garden in Kingston be at least equal to the percentage of roof area in Kingston. Calculations for the size of the rain garden should be provided with detail. The number 3, sediment control device should be shown to be in place during construction. Number 4, label the edge of the shoreline as a reference line. Number 5, document what is the use and square footage of the structure shown in the front setback. Number 6, show the town of Kingston well protected radius is 100 feet and should be shown on the plan. Number 7, the plan shows the approximate location of the septic leach field. Show the location of the septic tank. Number 8, the number of bedrooms in the dwelling should be noted on the plan. Number 9, there is text overwrite that needs to be corrected before recording. Survey dimension on the northeast corner of the lot and the overhead electric utility line. Also run spell check because there's a couple of spelling errors. Number 10, Article 9045G12, show planning board signature block. Number 11, Article 9045G21, show the impervious area and percent of lot coverage. Number 12, the Article 907, should a performance guarantee be provided for sediment control and construction of the rain garden? And number 13, Section 90816, as this is a single family residence, will the requirement for the need of a long-term stormwater maintenance plan be provided for review? And if so, should it become a recorded document? So that ends my comments, but all of them, except the last 2, are drafting comments that can easily be corrected. The last 2 are just questions as to perhaps the board would want to have an answer for, so for the applicant. So those are my comments for now, and certainly I can answer any other questions that you have. Glenn.
You're muted.
Oops. Trying to be good and I forgot. Okay. Dennis, with regard to a couple of your comments, they refer to sort of the assumption that this is going to be a recorded plan. And I know that Glenn has comment to that effect in his comments, and something that the board is probably going to need to decide whether or not this will in fact.
I just assumed it was. If it's not, then that's fine too. But I just assumed it was going to be a recorded document.
Understood. But based on Glenn's comments, I suspect it's going to end up being a board discussion on that. So, okay, Glenn, would you like to review your letter for us?
Sure. I took a little different tack than Dennis. Some of the things that he's requiring he's requesting are things that are found in either our subdivision or site plan review regulations. And I didn't go there on this because I consider this to be something that only the planning board only has purview over, because the conditional use permit in the shoreland district says that we act if there's some sort of building activity, and if it's residential going on in the site. So from my perspective, my comments were really to ensure that the board looked at the conditional use permit process and made sorry?
It's just background chatter, Glenn.
Oh, okay.
Whoever Mark is, would you please mute your microphone?
But my comments were that this application is for just a little over 200 square feet of building area on a reconstructed home. I wanted the board to be aware of what the conditional use permit language was that you would have to make facts and findings on. And I took the tack that, that since we don't have a requirement in our ordinance, that CUP, if granted, was done with a plan that was associated and recorded at the registry, that this wouldn't require recording at the registry. So I think the board does need to discuss that. And if in fact it does, then it would need a planning board endorsement block. In that case, it would need a planning board endorsement block for the town of Newton as well.
Right, right. And some of the items that Dennis mentioned would also need to be captured.
Correct. And I'm not saying not to capture those. I'm just saying that I had a different perspective when I looked at it than Dennis did.
Okay. Would the board like to deal with the issue of the recording at this point, or you want to wait until we're closer to the end?
I think we should go ahead and decide now, since it's a moot point to have all the stuff added to the plans if they're not being recorded. Oh, sorry, it's not a moot point. It's just that the items should be, everything that they've mentioned should be added to the plans. But I think we should go ahead and decide whether it should be recorded and why.
Do you have an opinion on that, Peter, while you have your mic open?
The only thing I can think of is that because this has had a variance and a CUP, that might affect it, and it would be good to have those recorded on that property.
So you're suggesting that
I'm suggesting that we should have it recorded.
that we should record it. Okay. Any other thoughts?
I would like to see it recorded too,
All right.
mainly for the future.
Same. I mean, I'll defer, I guess, to Lynn's expertise here, but I would think that might be problematic down the road if there were to be a future sale.
That's your cue, Lynn.
It's always nice to have clarity on a property that the public can access and understand. So I would think it would be advantageous for the property owner to have it recorded.
All right. I'm not seeing other board members wanting to weigh in. Why don't we do this by motion then? Richard?
I'll make a motion that we have them proceed with registering the plan with Rockingham.
Okay, so the motion is to have this final plan recorded at the Rockingham County Register of Deeds.
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion by Richard Wilson, second by Peter Coffin. Further discussion? Seeing none. Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin DeGuay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the plan will get recorded once we're at the end of this process. That does mean that a couple of the comments, at least in Dennis's notes, will need to happen. And as Glenn noted, there will need to be a signature block for both Kingston and Newton, since the property lies in both places. Barry, can I ask you if you had received a copy of Dennis's comments ahead of time?
I have not.
Okay. I know you were probably taking notes, but we should get you a copy of that.
Yes, please.
Yes. Ellen, if you could do that for Barry, that would be great.
Sure.
Glenn? It's Peter.
Yes, Peter.
I had a question about one of Dennis's comments about the rain garden. It's currently located entirely in Newton, and Dennis's comments would be at least a portion of the roof, the percentage of the roof that's in Kingston should have that percentage of the rain garden in Kingston. And I was wondering if that is, I haven't seen that particular land, but if that is a feasibility or if that would be difficult to relocate, and whether that needs to be a requirement.
Is that, Dennis, is that what you were suggesting, or was it something else?
That was what I was suggesting. I mean, I started looking at that and saying, you know, physically it doesn't really matter, but Kingston has control over what happens in Kingston. It doesn't have control over what happens realistically in Newton. So it just seemed to me that I should at least mention it to the board and say, you know, realistically, the portion of the impervious surface of the house should be, you know, controlled by the town of Kingston. And so that's kind of why I mentioned it and put it in my comments. By all means, if you don't agree, then that's fine too. But I just didn't know if the rain garden doesn't get built the way that it's proposed, and it's not going to function the way that it's intended, and it winds up being all in Newton. I mean, I don't know what ramifications does the town have, and is the building inspector going to be the one to do the inspection on not just the construction of the house? Is he going to be involved with the stormwater management and whether the sediment control is in place and that stuff? I just thought I'd bring it up for comments, and again mentioning that my last two comments about the performance guarantee, is that needed in this case, and if any long-term maintenance is needed for the stormwater structure, is that something that needs to be in place and be recorded? So it's up to the board to discuss whether those things are needed or not.
Well, I think that the performance guarantee is one way of getting around the issue of perhaps of not having the rain garden located in Kingston. We can at least require that it be built on the property, and then they get the performance guarantee bond back if it meets the requirements. But if it doesn't, we can require that the rain garden be built in Kingston because it wasn't built to the requirements of the performance guarantee in Newton.
Richard?
I was told the other day, and I haven't confirmed this, but in a situation where the property is split into two towns, that where the bedrooms are, whichever town the bedrooms are in, is the town that takes control of the taxes. They get the largest portion of taxes based on where the bedrooms are and control of the overall property. Now, if that's the case, maybe this plan should show where the bedrooms are for the future. I know that'll be covered in a building permit. And back to what Peter said, it is not the building inspector's job to check this rainfall issue watershed.
Other comments or thoughts from the board? Ellen?
It's just what I might have misunderstood what Peter said, but if it's not built correctly, isn't all we can do is make sure they build it correctly in the place that's shown on the plan? You can't then tell them they have to move it to Kingston. I just wasn't, maybe I misunderstood what Peter was saying.
No, that's a good point. I don't, and from what Richard said, it's not the building inspector's job, but we would have to have it be examined by Dennis. And it opens a can of worms as far as if the rain garden's located in Newton, whether Dennis could legitimately go in there and inspect that, since that's not part of the Kingston plan. But so I don't have the answer for that except by performance bond and and knowing that it gets built, and perhaps it's an agreement with Newton that that could go into effect. So before they sign off on it.
Lynn?
So as far as the bedrooms are concerned, I have no idea what the state law is. I do recall that about 50 years ago, maybe 60 years ago, my grandparents owned a house that was on the Kingston and Exeter town line. Half the house was in Kingston, half the house was in Exeter, as was the property. And the determination was, the question was where the children would attend school. And it was determined that the children would attend school in the portion in Kingston, because that's the portion of the house where the bedrooms were located. In this case, that obviously doesn't matter because Kingston and Newton share a school district, but I have no clue as to whether or not where the bedrooms are located is really of any consequence.
Yeah.
How I understood it is they don't have to pull a building permit in both towns. They pull one in the town that the bedrooms are in. Now, that may be totally wrong. I haven't verified any of that yet. Might be something we'd have to clarify before the next meeting.
Okay. Other questions by the, or comments that the board would like to engage in? All right, good. Barry?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the board that this is a single family home. It's not a commercial site plan. We are adding only 204 square feet to the existing home. They're installing the rain garden at the request of the Conservation Commission, and it's not really a requirement, but I mean, at the request of the Concom, we are. But because it is an existing home, only adding a little bit with a bond and long-term maintenance requirement just seems onerous for a single family homeowner.
I guess my answer to that would be tell the federal government, because they're the ones requiring all these rain watershed things are inspected on a regular basis.
All right. I'm going to open it up shortly to public comment, but we do have town department comments, and I see that the Conservation Commission chair is here. She just had her hand up. So while I go into the comment period for town departments, Evie, did you have something you wanted to say?
I was just going to say that the rain garden has to be in the area that the runoff is occurring. So it doesn't matter which town it is, but it has to be constructed where water is running down from the property and from the roofs into the pond. And that's where it mitigates the runoff. So, you know, I would think that we could possibly work with the building inspector or the Concom in Newton and just drop them a line about it. But if it's in Newton, but I would think that, you know, you're going to have to let the chips lie, and the rain garden has to be where it has to be.
Okay. All right, thank you, Evie. I don't have any other town department comments. I was just checking my folder, and Eleanor, Glenn, I didn't see anything in there from any other departments.
Not aware of anything from another department.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, before we get any deeper with this at the board level, Glenn, why don't we open the, and before you click the button, I want to make the instructions one more time. I will open public comment at this point. The way you can be recognized is by using the chat function at the bottom of the screen once it's opened. You can put your name and address in there. And if you do that, we can call on you, and then you can speak to the board with either a question or a comment. So Glenn, if you could open the chat function, and we'll see if we have any public comment or question.
I believe that I did.
It's open?
Believe so.
Okay. Looks like we have, well, I just happened to see it, so I'm going to call this person. We have Scott Willett, 189 Main Street. Scott, feel free to open your mic and ask a question or make a comment.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, I have complete support for the application. I just wanted to point out what Rich was talking about. When the house is split with the bedrooms, it has to do with voting, because the household can only vote. You have to be a resident in one town or the other to do with voting, or if the school district made a difference. You know, it's that type of thing, not so much the taxes. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any other public comment on this application? Okay, I'm seeing, Glenn, I'm not seeing anything else coming into chat.
Nor am I.
All right, I'm going to ask you then to please shut it off, and we will close public comment on this application. All right.
Could I just ask one question?
Well, yes.
The well exists in Newton, and do we have the right to require the town of Kingston well radius requirement on a well that isn't located in Kingston?
Well, there's a good question.
Well, it's a protective zone around the well, so it shouldn't matter whether the well's in Kingston or Newton. It's my opinion that it's a protective zone that should be shown, and it might impact further development on the site in Kingston. So that's the only reason why I brought that up.
Newton's well radius may be different than Kingston's.
Well, and I think that's what Glenn was suggesting, is that if Newton's is 75 and Kingston's is 100 and the well is in Newton, maybe it should be reflecting the 75 feet, and as it does on the plan, I believe. And
I believe Newton's is 100 also.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
then it's a moot issue.
It would be a moot issue.
All right. Okay, let's, I don't know if the board has questions at this point, but maybe we can start going through the issue of conditional uses. Glenn, in your memo, let's just verify that in fact the use is consistent with conditional uses that are allowed. And I know that you've conveniently pulled that out of the regs for us, or zoning actually. It's zoning, is it not, or is it?
Yes, this is from the Shoreline Protection District, so it is a zoning ordinance.
It is zoning, okay.
Yes.
All right, so it's 205.6 conditional uses. So it says that the following uses, if allowed in the underlying zone or district, and the underlying zone, I believe, is rural residential, is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Correct.
Okay. Are permitted only after a conditional use permit is granted by the planning board. And so it lists five uses. And industrial and commercial uses, it's not that. Multifamily residential, it's not that. The clearing of natural vegetation for creation of new agricultural land, it's not that. Residential accessory buildings or additions of less than 400 square feet in the first floor area within 150 feet of the Great Ponds or Little River or the Powwow River or their major tributaries, or within 100 feet of perennial brooks and streams located within shoreline protection. I'm assuming it's number 4.
You are correct, sir.
There we go. And number 5 is beach maintenance and creation. It's not that. All right. So it does fall under one of the allowed uses. 205.6, it's number 4. And so if that is the case, then it goes on to say that the planning board may grant a conditional use permit for those uses listed above only after written findings of fact are made that all of the following are true. And there are 5 items. And we need to take up each of those 5 and vote on them individually. And they must all be affirmed by the board before it can consider granting a permit. So, Glenn, do you think it would be wise to do these now, and then, assuming we get past this point, then get into the detail of what we do next?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read each one of these, and then we can do motions and discussion and vote on each one of them. The first one, the proposed use will not detrimentally affect the surface water quality of the adjacent great pond, river, or tributary, or otherwise result in unhealthful conditions.
Motion to agree.
So you agree? You're making a motion that affirming that that the application will not detrimentally affect surface water or otherwise result in unhealthful conditions. All right, motion by Richard Wilson.
Second.
Second by Peter Baiki.
Yes.
Further discussion.
Yeah, I think as long as there's the rain garden, it'll improve the quality.
Okay. Other discussion? All right. I know this is a bit tedious, but we do have to do each of these votes by roll call. So, Ellen, if you could do that for us, please, on this one.
Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Dugway.
Yes.
Okay. So the board has voted unanimously to affirm the first condition. Number 2, the proposed use will discharge no wastewater on site other than that normally discharged by domestic wastewater disposal systems and will not involve on-site storage or disposal of hazardous or toxic wastes as herein defined.
Question on that one, how do we know the condition of the existing septic system?
Well, I think if I read it correctly, it's talking about things other than normal residential waste, is it not? It says the proposed use will discharge no wastewater on site other than that normally discharged by domestic wastewater systems. And
That's true. And also they were required to design a backup septic plan.
And I'll motion to agree.
all right, so
Second.
motion by Richard, second by Robin to affirm the second condition. Further discussion. Okay, Ellen, the roll call, please.
Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Dugway.
Yes.
Okay, the board has unanimously affirmed condition number 2. Number 3, the proposed use will not result in undue damage to spawning grounds and other wildlife habitat.
Motion to agree.
Okay, motion by Richard Wilson to affirm
Second.
number 3, second by Robin. Further discussion. Okay, Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes,
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Okay, the board has voted unanimously to affirm condition number 3. Number 4, the proposed use complies with the use regulations identified in section 205.4 and all other
I'm watching this
sections.
meeting.
Mr. Marley, would you please mute your microphone? Thank you. Set forth in applicable sections of this article. Glenn, I didn't pull up 205.4. So the proposed use complies with the use regulations. The use in this case is for single-family residence, yes?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And that section is just the section that goes through the permitted uses.
Motion to affirm.
And I'm assuming that single-family residential is one of those. Thank you. Okay. So motion by Richard Wilson to affirm that one as condition number 4.
Can I just ask a clarification question on that?
Sure.
So it references the vegetative buffer within 75 feet. But was there mention of 100 feet? Did I hear that correctly? So it's not applicable?
I'm not sure about vegetative buffer. We were talking 100 feet for the well radius, the protective well radius. Was there also discussion about vegetative buffer?
I thought I heard that in the original, or saw that in the original plan, proposed plan rather.
I don't know. Barry, do you have the information on that?
Yeah, as I stated earlier, the existing house is within 50 feet of the country pond. I think if you read that vegetative buffer one, and let me just go down into it, it does ask for natural vegetation or managed woodland within 75 feet of the shoreline, but this has already been disturbed. And further down, I believe it says shall be permitted only to the extent necessitated by a permitted or conditionally permitted use, which this is what you would be doing, allowing the permitted use. So I don't think that the vegetative buffer necessarily applies in this situation.
Robin, do you have any reply to that?
I was just looking to clarify.
Did that do it?
It did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Other questions? We still need a second on that motion to affirm condition number 4.
I'll second that.
So the motion was by Richard Wilson, second by Lynn Merrill. Any further discussion? All right, if we could have Ellen call the roll and we'll take the vote on this one.
Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes,
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Okay. So the board has unanimously affirmed condition number 4. And the final one, number 5, that the design and construction of the proposed use will be consistent with the intent of the purposes set forth in section 205.1. Now, again, I didn't look at 205.1, so
And that's the purposes section.
of the Shoreline Protection District.
Correct.
Okay.
And that article basically says to protect the water quality, to conserve and protect aquatic and terrestrial habitat, preserve and enhance recreational and aesthetic values, and encourage those uses that can be properly located adjacent to shorelines, rather.
Thank you,
I
Lynn.
make a motion that the plan complies with number 5.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Lynn, second by Richard, to affirm compliance and consistency with number 5, condition number 5. Further discussion? Okay, and we'll vote on this one. Ellen, please, the roll.
Glenn Koppelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes, sorry. Didn't
okay,
unmute.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So the board has unanimously voted to affirm condition number 5. So all 5 conditions were affirmed by unanimous vote of the board on each one. Okay. So given that, the board certainly could move forward when it's ready to with the actual conditional use permit. So we have invoked jurisdiction. We've voted as a board that this will be a recorded plan. So there will be some things needed, but there are also some items on Dennis's list that that we might want to take into consideration as further work needing to be done, or as part of any conditions that might be imposed on an approval.
Make a motion that the board grant a conditional use permit for the proposed plan for 3 Concannon Road with the following conditions. That the settlement control device be shown in place, to be in place during construction. That the shoreline is labeled as the reference line. That the use and square footage of the structure shown in the front setback is documented. That the location of the septic tank is shown on the plan. The number of bedrooms in the dwelling are noted on the plan. That these incorrect spelling is corrected on the plan. That the overwrite for the survey dimension on the northeast corner of the lot in the OHE utility line is corrected. That a signature block is placed on the land, on the plan for the town of Kingston and another for the town of Newton. That the impervious area and percentage of block coverage is placed on the plan. I think that's it.
Okay.
A motion by Lynn, second by Richard, to grant the conditional use permit with the conditions noted. Further discussion.
One more thing, do we need to include in that motion that the plan will be recorded at the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds?
Oh, well, yes.
Okay, so we need to add that.
Board voted to do that, but it doesn't hurt to make it part of the motion, just so it's clear.
And I'll second that.
Thank you, Richard. Lynn, did you want to mention anything about the 100-foot well radius? Or did you, and did I miss it?
I did not.
You purposely did not?
I purposely did not because we don't, do we know for sure that the Newton radius is 100 feet?
Well, we could say that Newton's radius has to be documented. Then we'll know for sure.
Okay, I would take that as a friendly amendment.
I'll second.
Okay, Barry?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the signature block. The town of Kingston isn't a problem. The planning board for Newton isn't required to act on this project. It would be the zoning board for Newton. So if the board wants, I just want to make sure that, you know, you're getting what you want. So the planning board won't be acting on it. The zoning board will, but I can have a signature block for the Newton zoning board if that's acceptable.
And it's the zoning board because it's a different kind of permit on their side?
Their special exception, you have a conditional use, they have a special exception, which is required by the ZBA to vote on.
Okay.
And then I would amend my motion to change Newton planning board to Newton zoning board.
Can you hold that, Lynn, for a second? Glenn?
And my only comment is, the registry of deeds may, because the town line shows, may require that even for an endorsement block by the planning board in Newton that says for recording purposes only. I don't think that the registry gives a squat about the zoning issue in Newton, but they do require that if a town line is shown, that the planning board in the town that's affected endorse the plan. And they frequently do that in with just a endorsement block that says for recording purposes only. And I think that they're going to kick that back to us if we don't have that on.
Then we can include it. I have no objection to it.
So Glenn, you're suggesting that we keep it the way it was originally thought, that it would be a block for planning board signature for Newton, not ZBA.
I mean, for the purposes, if the point of this plan being recorded and dealt with this way is for clarity, then I think that the ZBA's endorsement block should be on it. I'm just saying that has no bearing on the registry of deeds. They're not going to care.
Okay, got it. So Lynn, I guess that means that we'd be asking for 3 signature blocks.
Correct.
Okay,
Richard?
second.
Okay. So the 3 signature blocks would be Kingston Planning Board, Newton Planning Board, and Newton Zoning Board of Adjustment. Okay. All right, so we have a motion, a second. We had a number of amendments there. Ellen, do you think you captured everything?
I just wanted Lynn if she could repeat her third comment. Something about something being documented.
Yeah, it's on Dennis's list.
Oh, it's just on Dennis's list?
Yep.
Then I can get it.
Okay.
Which item was it, Lynn?
I'm
Oh,
looking at the third one.
Yes.
Document the use and square footage of the structure in the setback.
If you went along with what Dennis's list was, I can get it from that.
Yep.
Okay.
all right. Is there any further discussion by the board on the motion? Glenn or Dennis, any final thoughts before I call for the vote?
Can I ask a question just for my own self?
Yes.
Do you guys have a date by which you need the conditions to be met? And who's getting, I'm assuming Mr. Geyer will be getting Newton's signatures for the plan? He's nodding. So that's
Nodding.
good.
Unless we modify the time for meeting the conditions, our process gives what, 90 days? Am I correct?
I don't know anymore.
Glenn, Ellen?
I think it's better for us to say
Yeah.
that it's 90 days.
Okay, Mr. Geyer, how much is 90 days sufficient for meeting the conditions?
Yes, that'd be more than sufficient.
Okay, so Lynn, that would be part of your motion as well?
It would.
Richard?
Yes, I will.
All right. Ellen, you got that?
Yes.
Okay. Dennis?
So my understanding, there's no method of checks and balances for whether the rain garden gets put in or put in correctly or sized appropriately.
I think you are the checks and balances.
Well, you know, you're not specifying that in your vote, so I just assume that they can basically do what they want, and I don't believe the building inspector will be looking at something like that.
Well, should there be a request somewhere in the motion for town engineer to verify the correct construction of the rain garden and maybe some funding to cover the effort on his behalf?
It doesn't have to be me. It can be somebody from the town. I'm just saying that in our meetings, our MS4 meetings, it's just like these type of things need to be a system of checks and balances in order to not have any ramifications in the future. And I understand it's just a residential lot, but it's still something that would go well for the town by having this process in place. And on an occupancy permit, you know, there's no checkbox for anything like this. And perhaps that will change in the future, but for right now, there's no method to make sure things like this get taken care of and built properly and checked in the future.
Would it be odious to require that the rain garden be put in place and approved prior to getting a building permit?
I don't know as it would be necessary prior to get a building permit, but certainly by occupancy of the building, because you know there's going to be erosion and sediment control that has to be put in prior to construction, which I think that was part of your your vote, and that's fine because that would certainly be necessary. But beyond that, I don't know if there's any other system of checks and balances for the work on site.
The rain guard is a requirement of the plan. We can determine later who's going to verify that. It'll be somebody from the town.
That's fine. I just think
that as part of this motion.
That's fine.
But you're right. We can't let it slip through the cracks.
And this is part of a bigger issue that the town is facing that really needs to be decided by the selectmen and other.
It's being worked on.
Yeah, by people other than us. So I think that for us to begin to put requirements in that a certain person do it or a certain time do it wouldn't be appropriate at this time, because it may be in conflict with whatever is decided in the future for a policy.
All right. So
Evie had her hand up. I don't know if she still is trying to comment on this.
Evie, did you have something on this?
Yes, I was just going to say that the Conservation Commission member in Newton, Alicia Guyland, who used to be the chair here in Kingston, is a wetland scientist, may be qualified to inspect the rain garden if you need to know that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so based on all that conversation, Lynn and Richard, I don't know if that has any effect on the motion or if you want to leave it stand.
Leave it.
Ellen?
I just, it's gone back and forth a couple times. Is there or is there not the need for a pre-construction meeting for this particular application? I'm not advocating one way or the other. I just want the minutes to reflect it properly.
I see no need for that. For something this small on a residential property like this.
I didn't put it in my comments either because I just didn't think it was necessary for this type of a project.
That's all I need.
Anything else from the board at this point? So we have the motion. Lynn made it. Richard seconded. Number of amendments, lots of discussion. Anything else before we call the roll on the vote? Okay, I don't see hands. Okay, Ellen, if we can do this, please.
Glenn Koppelman,
Yes,
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin DeGuay.
Yes.
Thank
okay,
you all very much.
all right. Thank you, Barry, and thank you to the
Anthony's.
Anthonys. I don't know if they're still with us, but thank you. All right.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
All right, it's 10 minutes before 8, 7:50 p.m. I think before we start this next one, we've been in our seats long enough for the first one. I'd like to just call a quick 5-minute break so we can stretch our legs and before we get into the next hearing. Glenn, I don't know if you want to leave the recording on or not, but it might be helpful if folks would just mute your mic.
Glenn Greenwood, can you hear Stephen Purnell? Thank you.
Yes, Stephen, I can.
Thank you.
Okay. We're at 7:55. We will start the second public hearing for tonight. I'll read the notice as it appeared in the in the agenda for the legal notice. It's regarding 266 Route 125 LLC. The address is 266 Route 125 in Kingston. Tax map R41, lot 17-1. The planning board will be reviewing the following multiple proposals for this application. Subdivision proposal to subdivide the lot into 4 lots with appropriate cross easements. Also a site plan for an 800,000 square foot warehouse distribution facility and redevelopment of an existing warehouse distribution facility and office, and conditional use permits as requested by the applicant. Okay, so we are, I've lost track of how many hearings, but we're at least on number 4, if not number 5. I'm sure someone has the count at this point, but we're working our way through the process. This is a large proposal. It's significant in many ways. So we're continuing on tonight, and we will follow the same process that we always do, and that is first of all to give the applicant an opportunity, or the applicant's representative an opportunity, to bring us up to date on the latest version of the plans. We will then get into comments from town departments, questions by the board, and at some point in the process after that, we will open up the hearing for public comment, and we'll use the same process we did for the last hearing, and that is that we will open the chat function at that point, and if folks wish to make comments or ask questions, they can type their name and address into the chat, and we will call on you, and at that point you can address the board. So, but Richard?
I have a point of order.
Yes.
At our last meeting on this application, I made a motion, I think Peter Bakey seconded, that the that the chat feature would be included in the minutes for the meeting. What I did not know is that in that chat feature, private chat becomes public chat when it is ran off by the host of the meeting. These comments included several slanderous statements, some dirty, some insulting, and I'll just leave it at that. I contacted town council about this. He advised that we should not post the chat part of the meeting due to those few people that did this, but keep that as part of the record for the future. Now, one person suggested taking the private chat out of it, just marking it out and posting the rest of it. He said we cannot do that because we're altering the chat portion of the meeting. So that becomes an illegal feature. So I'm going to withdraw that motion based on town council.
Well,
that's how he said to handle it. So,
well, is it a withdrawal of the motion, or is it a reconsideration of the motion?
I guess it's a reconsideration, but he said that
you're making a motion to reconsider that.
Right.
All right.
For legal issues, because he said if we print it, then we're the ones that are responsible for what was stated.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Chris, you raising your hand?
Yeah, I'll second that, Glenn. And I just a little bit to further explain to the public that may not understand the complexity of that. It was anyone in the public that was having sidebar conversations or directly messaging other individuals, not in the group chat. They may not have known that those private chats essentially do get recorded by the Zoom platform. So if we were to print all of that out and make it available to the public, it would have printed out all these sidebar conversations that I think a reasonable person would have believed to have been private correspondence and not potentially part of a public record. So a lot of this was to really protect individuals that were engaging in sidebar conversations. From what I understand, it's mostly members of the public that may have said some very inappropriate things that would not reflect well upon them.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And it's partly for what happened at that last meeting that we're using the chat function in a different way this time so that we don't have those offline conversations going on. It's a lot cleaner that way, and we don't have to get into things like we're talking about now. So, okay, all right. So, Chris, you seconded that motion, yes? All right. So the motion is to reconsider the motion that you made at the last meeting, Richard, which was
To include the chat in with the minutes.
So Glenn, for the board members, that would mean if we're doing the motion to reconsider, that would mean that a no vote would mean we no longer want that to be posted, correct?
well, Glenn, I might have to ask Glenn for some clarification. If we're reconsidering the motion, do we then have to take a further action after that?
Mhm.
I think so.
I think so.
So Ellie, there we go, the moderator, the former moderator.
Yes, your former moderator, but 35 years of experience to bring to the table. What you are correct in that you have to reconsider the motion, but the person that made the motion had to have voted on the prevailing side. So
Right.
Richard, if you voted to support publishing the comments made on chat, then you can ask for reconsideration, as can your second. So that motion has to be voted on first.
Right.
Whether or not you can reconsider. So that has to be done. And then the motion is back on the table. The motion to print the chat format with your minutes. So then you decide whether or not you want to do that or not. So yes or no in that one.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you, Ellie.
you're welcome.
All right, hopefully that's clear to everyone. So the first motion is to reconsider that vote. And if we can call the roll on that, please, Ellen. So if you want to reconsider the vote, your vote would be aye or yes. And just for clarification, before you call the roll, Ellen, as Ellie said, the motion to reconsider needs to be made by someone who was on the prevailing side of the vote. And I wasn't at that meeting, but it's my understanding it was probably a unanimous vote. So you've got Richard and Chris, who were both in favor of that at the time. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 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 Ellen, please.
Sure. Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Dugay.
Yes.
Okay. So you have voted unanimously to reconsider that motion that Richard discussed earlier. And so now we can take that. We essentially have to vote on that all over again, right, Ellie? Yes.
Make a motion that we do not include chat in the minutes.
Well, you have to vote it. You have to have the same motion and then you have to vote on that, right?
That is correct. You would have the same motion and you
Okay.
take the vote again,
Okay.
all of you.
So now we should just have to do a roll call vote. And if we no longer want it to be that posted, we would vote negative or no.
Then you would vote no as opposed to yes. All right. Is that clear to everybody? I should have asked our new moderator, shouldn't I?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm still getting used to the new roles, Ellen, you know, it's,
That's okay. So am I.
okay. All right, so we're going to call the roll on that motion again. And
Can I ask who, Richard, do you have to read,
I'm sorry.
do you have to, say who made it and seconded it, or are we just keeping it from before? It was Richard and,
Peter.
I think it gets kept from before in the previous meeting.
okay,
If you have that, Ellen, from your minutes, you can always read it from that, what the original motion was.
I'm
Richard
good.
Wilson and Peter Baiki.
Yep, I have it. So we all set?
Yes,
Lynn Kopelman,
no,
Lynn Merrill,
No.
Richard Wilson,
No.
Peter Baiki,
No.
Peter Coffin,
No,
Chris Bashaw,
No.
Robin Dugway.
No.
okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And thank you everyone for your help on that. That was a process. Okay. So, okay. Now, where were we? So I think I was explaining that we're going to use the chat function the way that we did for the first hearing, and when it gets to that point in the meeting that we open it for public comment, we will open the chat. Folks will enter their name and address if they wish to make a comment or ask a question, and we will then call upon you to do so. But before we do that, and before I ask the applicant to give us an update, I thought it might be helpful to have someone from the board do a quick recap of the site walk that took place. Was it last Saturday?
Lynn was chair at that.
So we held the site walk on Saturday. Was it Saturday before last? So it was, I think, the 5th. It was extremely well attended. It was in the pouring rain, and it was still extremely well attended. We walked around each of the buildings that exist. We walked to the backs of to the rear elevations of where the new buildings would be. We took a look at where the driveway, more of a driveway now that would go to Route 107, the location of that, and then did a circle around back to the starting point, which was at the existing office building. People asked questions, received answers, and things were fairly well explained.
Okay, thanks, Lynn.
You're welcome.
And I still have a mouthful of candy now because I thought you were going to talk longer.
You know I'm concise.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, we're not going to go there. Okay, let's start as we usually do by asking the applicant or the applicant's representative in this case to give us an update on where we are with the plans, because a new plan set was submitted. Town departments and board members got copies of these, and so Mr. Dubay is with us, and Carl, is there anyone else with you?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, Mr. Stephen Pernaugh is here with us, traffic engineer, Mr. Tim Stone, our scientist, and also Mr. Doug McGuire, our drainage engineer. And what I'd like to do is basically just do a quick summary and then get into where we are with the plans and all the updates, and then probably get into a few of the responses to public comments, at least the ones that we saw in the public chats, and then the review comments. Everyone's been working hard. The process is working very well. We're receiving a lot of comments and we're jumping on them and addressing them. And overall, it's been a really very good, productive process. I was going to give an update, at least our view of the site walk, and if I could share my screen, I'm going to do that. So on the project. It was a wonderful day, site walk. It was, I think there were 54 people there, and it was very cordial, very professional, and we got a lot done. A lot of stuff was staked out and everything. And we went to all these stake points along the trails and looked at the different areas that we thought that people would want to see. So that was very informative. And we along the way, along our walks, we heard a lot of suggestions, and we're also incorporating those suggestions as well. So before the site walk, we worked really hard. We actually took all the plans and the designs and did a once over on everything. We revised just about every one of the 100 sheets or so got revised, some with the one sort or another on integrating the review comments. We really wanted to be as thorough as we could. And I think Dennis is here tonight, and he probably has a letter. We're probably down to a handful of some, very small technicalities or a detail or that needs to be added, or one invert on one pipe needs to be adjusted. We're at that level. I think he had another comment that Doug can go through on some of the hydro performance modeling on the site. So that's a lot of paper, and there were a lot of reports that we also submitted. Tim Stone is also with us. He submitted his hydro study. Mr. Pernaugh updated his traffic study. A lot of things happened, and it was a lot of paperwork, but it's a significant project, and we think it's an outstanding project. So there are. So now I see this as in any project, whether it's this project or even the one that you heard before, which is one little house on, one little lot in the shoreline district. This board, it still takes everything seriously, no matter how big or small the project is. And that includes all the criteria and just doing the job of all the logistics and all the design and everything else. And that's the minimum. That's the thing that we have to get done complete and precisely and everything. And then we get into the subjectivity of other comments. And that's where I think we're at right now. So we do have 3 CUPs to go through. We have a shoreland CUP, as you know, a wetland CUP, and an aquifer CUP. I believe that the scientist is reviewing the Tim's report. I don't think that she's quite ready yet. And Glenn can probably talk to that, and that's fine. And she's actually been very good in reviewing the hydro report. She's already asked us for some additional information on the AquaPoint septic treatment that we put on all the systems. And we've been working directly with AquaPoint now. We've engaged with them, and they're providing a lot of good information. I'll give you one example. She's asking for typical maintenance and operations reports and for those types of higher order treatment, and we're doing that. I think they just emailed her a typical one. It's about 500 pages, but and I've dealt with a lot of AquaPoint systems, and they work really, really well. And so if you're looking for M&O requirements and anything else like that, we're providing it. As those questions come in, we're providing it, and staff has been very good at directing us where to go and get that information over to them and you. So one of the main takeaways on this project was that the Route 107 driveway now has been redesigned, and we actually made another design change based on our site walk. So that driveway is narrow, it's curvilinear, it's only 20 feet wide, just enough for NFPA emergency access, and that's it. It's fully gated. No employees going through there, no trucks, no construction equipment even, other than to build the driveway itself. Everything else would come through 125 on a construction end as well as full operations. So that driveway is basically going to be closed and no one's going through it. And it's heavily landscaped on both sides. It's porous pavement. We are not cutting any trees down along 107 at all anymore to address or to accommodate any extra drainage, because we don't need it. It's very small. And one thing that we did on that driveway is, if I can pull it up here. One thing that was pointed out on that driveway is that people did not like, and you probably can't see this, but I'm going to zoom in here. They did not like us filling over the edge of the slope with anything on this driveway. So we adjusted the design so that we're only cutting into the edge of the slope. And you can see a detail here, a section that we're doing that at, and that's right at the existing water line easement that the abutter enjoys to the river anyhow. So we're putting a sleeve in there and lots of detail, but we're basically cutting into the slope on that driveway. We're not filling anything, and it's 20 feet of porous pavement, and everything else gets heavily landscaped for understory as well as ground cover. And that was one thing that they really wanted to see, is not doing that fill, and we obviously agreed to that and redesigned this so we would not do that. So there's no curbing here. There's a very small, like a landscape wall, 24 to 72 inches, but that's a cut into the slope so we can actually retain more trees along the buffer. So no fill there. So that's something that we did right away. We heard at the site walk, and that afternoon we were right back in play at the office, getting this design done. And I think either Monday or Tuesday, we actually issued this plan back to staff. So that's how we're rolling. We're going as efficiently and quickly as we can and thoroughly. So I'm gonna get out of that and get out of that. So on the site packets that they're basically just small versions of some of the plans, including the stakeout points with blue ribbon and tape, and you know, any of the backs of buildings or the backs of parking and that type of thing were all staked out. Very easy to get to and see. We walked around, and that was well attended. We also performed a lot of design improvements around the shoreland buffer. And what we did was we tweaked up and revised everything. And so I'll give you an example. Within the shoreland buffer, there is there's the 100-foot wetland buffer. And there's different layers of that and setbacks. So where we are right now with the wetland buffer, I'll just give you a sense. It's all quantified on the plans, and that goes to the ordinance. So we have about 700,000 square feet of wetland buffer on this project. And the access drive is about 5,000 square feet of porous pavement. That's less than 1% of the whole buffer. And we have some temporary grading for only the outlets. You can see those in orange, only polished outlets. These are drainage outlets that are already treated at those elevations. And that's it. I mean, we took this with a scalpel and only did work in the 100-foot buffer that was absolutely critically needed per the CUP criteria, including the access way there. So we're literally at less than 1% of work in the buffer. The temporary grading for these outlets are actually going to be restored with a very robust ground cover restoration of native species, et cetera. That's really about it. So just a basic summary in the 100-foot wetland buffer. There's some existing lawn areas that are already around the existing office building in the back. Those are going to just be retained, but we're replacing some of the employee areas with porous pavement. There's a pump house there for fire protection. Those are all grandfathered by the ordinance. But so we took this very, very seriously and very, very carefully, just very small square footages, and all the numbers are here for you to see. And we also submitted our reports that go to these numbers and goes directly to the ordinance. So for example, we don't have to get into every little detail unless you want to, but the Wetlands Conservation District has several criteria for it, and then an associated CUP. And we meet all of those criteria. Certainly all the quantitative criteria, that's the easy part because it's easy to measure, and also the qualitative criteria on that. So, you know, we can go through that if you like, but I don't know if you want to be on this hearing for, 3 hours, but we could do that, but I'm going to just skip on to the next one if you want. It's up to you. The other one we did is the shoreline. Now in the shoreland district, there's different setbacks for different things, as you know. And just pulling that criteria. So under 205.4, the shoreland protection district, there's criteria for that. So there's, minimum lot sizes, which we meet, obviously. There's maximum lot coverages, which we meet. That's a 20% maximum allowed per lot for coverage, and we meet all of that criteria. Item C is building and setbacks. There's setbacks for everything, and we meet all of that criteria. There's a 150-foot setback for building and septic. We meet all that criteria, obviously. Surface alterations, there's certain percentages of alterations we're allowed to do on the overall and actually within each proposed lot, and we meet that criteria. The vegetated buffer alteration, same thing. There's certain things that we can do within 75 feet of the shoreland, but that's only basically for the access drive and for these little outlets. We have tables on the plans for that, and it's actually on the lower left side of this this plan. I'll give you one example. So just to give you a sense, existing tract areas within the 75-foot buffer, no proposed work. We're not touching the 75-foot buffer. That's almost 500,000 square feet on the site. We are touching 3% of that. And almost all of that is going to be restored. That's just a temporary regrading of very small little outlets and swales, and then immediately restored. So all we have really left is the emergency only access drive of porous pavement of 3,800 square feet, and that's 0.8%. It's less than 1% of the 75-foot tract. So we're at 97% that we're not even touching. So just to give you a sense, because we heard some comments like, oh, you're in the buffer, you're in this, you're in that. And actually, when you go back and unwind and unpack all of the performance criteria for these different buffers, we meet all of those criteria. And even when we start cutting up these administrative lots for the existing office building, the existing warehouse, and the new warehouse, we meet that criteria too. So each lot has an impervious maximum allowed of 20%. We meet all of that. Each lot also has a 50% minimum retainage of undisturbed area in the shoreland. We meet that criteria as well. So I know that when some people are saying, well, it's very subjective, but when we actually get into the facts and measure everything, we meet the criteria. That's number one. And that's on the wetland buffer. That's also on the shoreland buffers. Then there was a question of, even though we're not subject to the shoreland permitting of the state, we do meet that criteria as well. And we went through that on the plans, that those were all submitted. And that's a different language. It's almost taking the shoreland buffer, instead of using French, we're using German, and different criteria for all of that. And we actually put that through the test, and we meet it. And we met that spades again on the plans and the tables and the calculations that we did. So that being said, that's one part of, as you know, one part of the CUP criteria is one of the parts in these refers back to all the other ordinances and say, well, do you meet the quantitative criteria of all this other stuff? And also, do you meet the performance criteria? So we submitted to you a lot of documentation on that, and I'm not going to read that verbatim or anything like that, but it was all submitted, and we can go through any of that in any level of detail that you would like. Our engineers also work very, very hard on the drainage performance of this project, and Doug can go through that. I probably want to, Doug, are you there? I probably want to hand it over to Doug so we can give you a taste of some of the drainage lifting that our engineers did on this. Mr. Quintel asked us to do some, pretty aggressive things in terms of belt and suspenders, and then extra belt and suspenders, and then, keep going on that. And I believe that, we really took that to heart, and we did that. So Doug can give you just some of those morsels of performance information that we integrated into the design. And I know Mr. Quintel has another review letter that talks about a few more items. And Doug can probably talk about that as well, because Mr. Quintel is probably going to review that, read that letter in to the record. And it's getting into some, pretty higher levels of performance in terms of volumetric and recharge, even though we've already done more than what we would need to do in the state level. But we're going to continue. We're going to keep, we're going to get this done. So without getting into, all the plans and everything, I don't know if Doug is.
I'm here.
Okay, so I'm going to stop my screen share, and maybe Doug can give the board just an idea of what we did to put this thing in high gear in terms of drainage performance. Stop share. Okay, Doug, it's all yours.
Okay. So let's see.
And while he's queuing that up, we would also like to go through. We did capture some of the public comments in chat. We don't know what the private comments were, but that's okay. We understand. But the public comments, we did consolidate into some answers, and we'd like to go through those as well when Doug gets done with some of his drainage summaries. Mr. Perna and I can go through some of the questions that were asked, and we have answers for those as well.
So the big takeaway here was basically Mr. Quintel, as well as planning board members, abutters, there was concern about two things: treatment and also recharge. And in our original design, we did have both of those right from the beginning. We had a large underground infiltration system that we were putting a large portion of the proposed roof to, and that was giving us the recharge volume that was required for meeting alteration of terrain, the DES state criteria for recharge. But we understand that this is a big project and the town was looking for a little bit more. I'm trying to share my screen here. Are you guys seeing are we seeing the visual of the plan here? Because I'm not.
We see a screen, but I think it's.
What we were seeing was the top looked like a. Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. This is a big file, and apparently my laptop isn't liking it. Okay. Bear with me just for 1 second. I'm gonna try a different.
Doesn't seem to be loading very easily.
You are correct about that. I'm gonna just throw just that cover up, which should help with the delay.
It's better.
Okay, sorry about that. So we've already gone through in previous meetings what we had for treatment areas, and all those areas are still being maintained in a similar way. As Carl discussed, as part of some of the CUP criteria, we did tighten up all the areas that were encroaching into the buffers. So all the ponds, we had a pond here, we have a pond here, down in here. And so these large ponds, which are taking the lion's share of the flow from our site, they're all still in the same location, but we did adjust and tweak those and pull those further away from the buffer to increase the buffer area. And we were also able to eliminate a couple. One, we had a treatment swale here that was coming in and encroaching a good amount into the buffer here. We were able to eliminate that. We were also able to eliminate an entire pond system here by going with the porous asphalt on this area. But one of the things that we focused on was increasing the overall infiltration ability of the site. This rear pond here, we went out, we reevaluated. we did some additional testing and determined that we could have infiltration here. We also did that in this pond. So in transforming those two design points to an infiltration practice, we're doing two things. We're increasing treatment substantially because we have no point discharge from either one of these ponds. We're also substantially increasing the recharge because all the water running to this is promoted to infiltrate into the ground at a acceptable rate. And these are sized accordingly so that essentially all the way up to and including the 50-year design storm, there's no water coming out of these ponds. So even if we were to have an extremely rare 50-year storm event with this massive site draining to some of these pond areas, these areas have the capacity to fill up and promote infiltration of that entire volume of water. So it's a huge recharge to the aquifer. And also it's spread out across the site to not just recharge in one area, but to recharge in several areas. As I said, we have this area here at one corner of the site. We have our underground infiltration system here in the middle of the site. And then we have this pond up here at the front of the site. So we're really spreading out the infiltration throughout the site and not just putting it in one location. So almost to mimic what the aquifer would be recharging in its natural case if this were an unaltered property. The other thing that we've done in meeting some, not only reducing our impervious footprint, but also promoting increased infiltration, is to add some areas of porous pavement. Now, Carl mentioned this being porous pavement. That's only one piece. We also did some of the non-high traffic, non-truck areas. We proposed those as porous asphalt as well. In our experience, we find that porous asphalt performs very well in these applications. It's not great for truck traffic because the heavy vehicles, they can sometimes turn and create issues with the porous surface. But for parking areas of just commuter vehicles, it's perfect. And so we're doing that here, as well as converting this area to porous asphalt, which is actually I think a big improvement, because this area previously, this is part of the existing parking area for the existing warehouse building on site. That area really didn't have a ton of treatment. We were proposing to increase that by intercepting and putting it through some practices, but now we're actually taking that impervious surface, which used to just sheet flow directly to Little River, and fully infiltrating that section. So that's a huge improvement. We're also proposing porous asphalt for this parking area of the existing building. So some of the areas which we technically could have gotten a buy on based on them being pre-existing, and the state would work with us on those, we've actually fully incorporated treatment practices for those as well. So with all these improvements to the infiltration ability of this site, we've really taken it to a new level from what we originally proposed, in that we're now ultimately reducing the volume output in addition to the rate of the runoff in that 2-year design storm. That's something that is not required by DES, but certainly is a good practice, in that this project of the size that it is actually going to have a very minor reduction in overall volume in the very common storms that you're going to see on a monthly, weekly basis. Those storms, we're actually going to not have an increase. So some of the concerns, the valid concerns that staff, abutters, engineering brought up about that infiltration, we've made that really not really an issue at this point, because it's essentially been reduced for those storms. I do want to touch base, because I know that Dennis will touch base on this, and so it's important for me to be able to go through a couple of these numbers. The good news is that Dennis, Mr. Quintel's letter from going from 51 comments, we've gotten that down to a small 11 comments. I don't know if the board has had a chance to see these comments because Dennis was putting in the overtime and getting this done so we could have this before this meeting, which is much appreciated. But what I'll say is one of his larger comments was originally about drainage, about the treatment. As I said, from my presentation, I feel we've done some substantial improvements to that. One of Dennis's concerns, I think that he brought up is there was a couple items in review of our stuff is that essentially he's noting that we, as I said, are reducing the overall volume from the site in the common storms. I look at that as a massive positive for this project, but Dennis did bring up that essentially we're reducing by 28,000 gallons the overall volume that is coming from this site. Now, 28,000 gallons, you hear a number like that and you're like, okay, well, what does that mean? That seems like a pretty big number. Well, just to put into context, that's roughly the size of a swimming pool's worth of water, an in-ground swimming pool that at a residential development. So in my opinion, when you look at a site that's over 100 acres, that size reduction is not a major reduction. I look at that as basically matching our pre versus post condition. So when we talk about that number, was there any impacts? And Dennis does bring up, is there potential impacts of downstream abutters to this reduction in volume when it comes to wells or other things that rely on this water? So what I would say is, I think overall it is a very, very minor reduction. I ran some calculations because I thought the board would be concerned and want to hear this. And so just to give it a reference point, there's coming off of this site total in that 2-year storm that we have the reduction, we're actually at almost 1 million gallons of water. So we're at 885,000 gallons. And so we're reducing that to 856,000 gallons, which is only a 3% reduction. So we're not talking about, we used to have all this water and now it's all gone. That's certainly not the case. So the 28,000, I really don't see that being of any impact based on the scale of the project. So the other item that he continues on with is that he talks about the, concerns about the reduction in volume, but then at the higher storms, the much more infrequent storms, the 25, 50-year design storms, he's concerned about an increase in volume and what can that do downstream, and is that a concern for flooding purposes? And so what I would say is, in my experience with drainage, you're talking about two items. You're talking about recharge volume and runoff rate. So if you're not recharging, if you're increasing the volume substantially and not recharging, the increased volume will result directly in a lack of recharge to the aquifer. Well, the good news is as I said, we have implemented all of this infiltration practice to really, really increase the recharge ability on site. And just to give you some numbers on that, we knew this was a big piece. We're in the aquifer protection area. We want to make sure that we're recharging the aquifer. The state requires a certain volume to be recharged on any site that you have. And basically the way they calculate that is they work off of existing area that is undeveloped or non-impervious and being converted to impervious. And whatever that area is, they recognize that a certain portion of water has to be recharged because you're creating that impervious surface and preventing the recharge as it used to be. So in this case, on this site, the requirement is for a pretty large number, 300,000 gallons, based on the amount of impervious area that we're covering. They are looking for 300,000 gallons of recharge during your common storms. This isn't during some major storm. This is during your common 1 to 2 year storm events. So in this, because of those pieces, so we have our infiltration ponds, we have our underground infiltration system, and we have our area of porous asphalt that I mentioned. In that 2 year storm, we're recharging 1.6 million gallons. That's at that 2 year design storm. So that's about 6 times the requirement for that. As we increase in our storm events, we increase obviously more volume that we're recharging. So we go from a 10-year storm of 2.7 million gallons, a 25-year storm of 3.4 million, all the way up to a 50-year storm of 3.9 million, which is a 13 times multiplier of what the state would be looking for. So we're certainly making sure that we're recharging the aquifer and we're promoting infiltration on this site. And these numbers are big numbers because this is a big site, obviously 100 acres. And, that's what you would be expecting for something of this size. And that's what you would be getting naturally in infiltration if this wasn't an impervious surface. So these numbers, they sound large, but this is a large area and they would be promoting a lot of infiltration as we go. The other item is concerns about flooding, and that really relates to runoff rate. Runoff volume is not what's causing flooding issues, and the state looks at that specifically. That's why they look at the 10 and 50-year storm events when it comes to runoff rate. And the concern is that you're going to cause flooding by exceeding the capacities that, say, a pipe would have to be able to pass a certain runoff rate of CFS through its system. And so right now, if there's an area that has no flooding, as this river, meanders down through the state, if you were to substantially increase the rate of that runoff, certain areas would become over capacity. And so that's why they look at volume on a smaller scale, the smaller 2-year storms, and then they're not as concerned about volume in the larger storms. They're more concerned about runoff rate. And our runoff rate are very, very manageable. And in fact, because of the infiltration practices that we're doing, we actually have massive reductions in runoff rate, which is a good thing, because in those very rare storms, that increase in rate is what's causing problems. And in all likelihood, a 50-year storm is going to cause flooding issues regardless, and we don't want to be contributing to that. So in a 50-year design storm, we're actually reducing our runoff rate from 120 CFS to 83 CFS. That's a 36 CFS reduction, 30% reduction. So when we do have an increase in volume, and that was one item that Dennis brought up in his review, but again, I'm not as concerned about an increase in volume at these high storm events, because those aren't what's causing the downstream flooding problems. Now, we're certainly not drying up the aquifer because we're recharging. So an increase in volume is the natural offset to development. You put in some type of a development, you meter your flow to accommodate that. And so that's what we're doing. But I do think we have a very nice blend of both recharge and also reduction in rate. That, as I said, the state would look for us to match our pre-verse post condition when it comes to rate. So we don't need to have a 30% reduction. We were just able to accommodate that based on all the practices that we have. The last item I'll touch on, this didn't really come up in Dennis's review because I think he felt that we had satisfied these items based on his initial comments, but that's in treatment. And treatment of the stormwater, we've really tried to step this up, recognizing that we are in the aquifer area and that we're close to the Little River. And so what we've done is, in addition to all of our previous practices, we had lined ponds to make sure that we weren't getting any contaminated water moving through areas that weren't supposed to be infiltrating or weren't designed to be infiltration ponds. We still have our treatment swales that we're using. But in addition to that, we've added some pre-treatment practices to really supplement. We have on every catch basin in the entire site, we're proposing to do hooded outlets. And so that will be the first line of defense. Any oils, any floatables will stop right there because there's a hood that will allow those floatables to sit on top, your hydrocarbons to sit on top and get pulled out of the flow. We then added additional treatment prior to the truck areas, the areas that would be of highest concern, prior to that stormwater even entering the ponds at all. We have these large pre-treatment chambers that essentially they're a hydrodynamic separator, which means that it creates a swirling effect to take out suspended solids, floatables, and hydrocarbons. So we're getting a treated water before we even go into our treatment practices. And then we're getting the best type of treatment that there is through an infiltration practice, basically natural filtration. It's a great source, not having a point discharge. And even the areas that we are discharging, we still have those treatment swales and other practices to provide that final polishing. So I think, sorry for the long explanation, but this is a big piece of this project. The drainage, I think, has really been extended and developed to bring this project to the next level, above and beyond, the minimum practice, which is basically what engineering and staff were looking for. They said, they were the first to say that the original design did meet all the criteria. They were just looking for a little bit more. And I think we've provided a lot more on this current submission.
So we can get back into that also, because Dennis is going to probably want to talk a little bit about that when he gets up. There are a few other items that we'd like to just touch upon, Mr. Chair. We also have Steve Pernaugh here. Steve, are you must be here somewhere.
He is.
I am here, Carl.
Okay, so we did have some public questions, and we consolidated those into different categories. There were some comments on or questions on the Route 125 roadway improvements, some questions on the Route 107 emergency driveway, some comments, general comments on the traffic study data, and some project use comments and some site design comments. And the board, I believe the board asked us when we came back to this hearing to just, if we can just touch upon some of those questions. And all of these are in our reports, as a matter of fact, and they're all embedded in our plans currently already. But if, Mr. Chair, if Stephen, if it's okay, if you can let Mr. Pernaugh kind of do a summary on those comments, because it's actually a good summary of where he is with traffic as well, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, Stephen.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Stephen Pernaugh with Pernaugh and Company. Just in terms of new information or background anyway, our office prepared addendum number 1 to the original traffic study, and that was dated December 4th. And in that addendum, you'll find answers to a lot of the questions that did come up. But I'm going to go through those categories that Carl just mentioned, and I'll refer either to the addendum or to the main report. So one question, a topic that came up was the Route 125 widening. So just to describe that again, I would refer you to the original report. It includes a traffic mitigation plan. And what it does, it conceptually shows the widening of the corridor. And basically, we're widening the highway so we can provide northbound left turn lanes for vehicles entering the 2 site driveways. We're widening the highway to provide southbound right turn lanes for vehicles entering. And we're also recommending that the two site driveways on 125 provide two exit lanes. And on those northbound right turn lanes, if you do look at our mitigation plan, you'll see that we've over-designed them in terms of storage length. And that's just a good thing to do. There was another question about the design speed of Route 125. I don't know who asked it or why, but we did research the highway plans for this area, and the answer to the question is 55 miles an hour. Now, what was more important to us was the speed survey that we conducted out there on 125. We determined that the 85th percentile speed is 58 miles an hour, so higher than what's posted. And basically, our study recommends that in terms of sight distance, that we'd like to see 600 feet of stopping sight distance, looking left and looking right from both site driveways. And that would be more than adequate. There was a question about the left turn lanes, these northbound left turn lanes on 125. How are they designed, or what kind of protection are they providing? On our concept plan, which again goes to the DOT and they're going to review and comment on it, we're just showing pavement markings, double yellow lines, single white lines, that type of thing. And we chose that just because it's what was used up at the courthouse driveway to the north. So there was a question about should they be curbed, or now it's raised islands for these left turn pockets. And our answer is that's really a DOT jurisdiction. It's their call, it's their highway, and if they want paint, we're going to give them paint. If they want curbing, we'll give them curbing. There was a suggestion by the Regional Planning Commission, I believe, about tapering the right turn lanes for, these would be the southbound right turn lanes for vehicles entering. And that suggestion was made to improve sight distance when you're leaving the site if you're looking left. And we think that's a good idea. And, you know, we're going to work with Carl's office to see if there's any constraints that would not allow that. But if it's feasible, we'll discuss it with the DOT. And again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. It's really their call how they want the right turn lane set up. But we'll comply with whatever they want in that area. Again, I think it was regional planning asked about looking at a roundabout down at 125 and 107. I did not mention it earlier, but part of our mitigation offer is to signalize that intersection, and that's simply because we determined that existing traffic volumes that are out there today are high enough where traffic signals are warranted. The volumes meet the minimum criteria. And again, that's something that the DOT looks at when they decide to signalize an intersection or not, but our information shows that it should be signalized. The Planning Commission asked about roundabouts. We did a preliminary analysis and determined that a 2-lane roundabout, which is bigger than normal, may have capacity problems in the year 2032. So I'm not convinced that that's, you know, the way to go. But again, we're going to defer to the DOT. I think it was a member of the public, possibly the Regional Planning Commission, that suggested that the study area ought to be expanded to include the Main Street 111A intersection to the south. Basically, what we're able to do for in our addendum was include some analysis based on some counts we did for the Kingston crossing development. That study area for that study included that intersection, and we did look at that. And in the addendum, you'll find the results of that analysis. And basically, if we just want to look at delay, you know, under a no-build condition, PM peak hour, without the warehouse, we're at 20 seconds of delay in the year 2032. You add on warehouse traffic, it goes up to 22 seconds. So yes, there's an impact. A couple of seconds more delay overall, the level of service stays the same. There was also, let me just go to the 107 driveway. Again, as you know, the development plan has changed, that no longer are we going to have employees arriving and departing from that driveway. So that changed all of our traffic projections in the original report. So in addendum 1, you're going to find new projections or updated projections that show all site traffic coming and going via the 2 driveways in 125. There was a question about the speed limit on 107. And again, on page 7 of our report, we indicate that the posted speed limit is 40 miles an hour on 107. And again, I guess there was a question about sight distance, but that driveway is really going to be just for emergency vehicles only. But I'm sure that sight distance will be provided. There was a couple of questions about fencing and sound barriers in that area, so I'm going to let Carl answer those because that's really not a traffic item under my purview, and then I'll jump back and talk about traffic study data when Carl's done.
So at our, I think it was either at the hearing or at the site walk, some folks from Kings Landing were there and they were asking about the access drive and sound. And so we all know the access drive has been narrowed and it's curved and it's heavily landscaped on both sides. The previously designed drainage facilities along 107 and any of the related tree clearing, we don't have to do that anymore. We're not doing anything like that. There's no clearing at all, and that won't be needed. So all of that vegetation will stay except for the very point of the emergency access drive at 107, and that's it. And that driveway is not going to be used, only for emergency purposes only. And it won't be used for construction either, other than the construction of the driveway itself. And there's notes to the plan that we put on the plans for all of that, including bonding and escrows and inspections and everything. So the area of the project frontage along 107 will be retained in its natural state. We've also added additional buffer plantings in that area, obviously meet the regulations. So we don't have a use of abutting Kings Landing, and actually the distance between our basic operations and Kings Landing is about 600 feet, and it's separated primarily by wooded areas. We have a good, 600 feet is a big distance, and where we don't have the use on that driveway anymore, and we've cut this driveway in very carefully. That's a big distance. There's criteria for all that. There's also noise ordinances in town that we have to meet. There's federal requirements on all of these things for emissions and everything, and we'll have to abide by all of that, as well as the drainage considerations. There was a comment about turnarounds at Kings Landing, and I think we won't have any traffic over there. So we're not going to be having people looking for any driveway or using it or coming out or coming in or anything. It's only going to be used for basically EMS services by the fire department, that type of thing. So we're not going to be seeing any activity over there at all. There won't be any people coming in and out and trying to turn around people's driveways or anything. It's not going to show up anybody's mapping or navigation or anything. There's no employees, no truck traffic whatsoever. The driveway itself actually has a sufficient turning stub area because the gate's going to be locked with probably a Knox box system for the fire department, but there's plenty of room there for a fire truck to slide in there and to operate the gate safely and stay out of the 107 flow. There were some other comments. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 5 questions about the traffic study data itself that needed to be answered. And Stephen, can you go through those?
Sure. There was a question about the effect of the COVID pandemic on our traffic numbers, and every traffic study we do nowadays, we're always adjusting things upward to account for what we're seeing out there today because of the pandemic. And in this case, we took our July 2020 data and increased it by 20% just for that one purpose alone. There was a question about trip distribution. And again, to explain to the board, this is where we estimate what percent of the traffic is going to head north versus south on 125 and how much to the west on 107. And we came up with our derivation or our estimate, and that was for 30% to and from the north, 50% to and from the south, and 20 to and from the west. And we utilize those percentages for all site traffic. And there was a question was, well, gee, shouldn't you use something different for the trucks, you know, based on their service area or whatever? And our answer is, we don't know what service area these trucks are going to be using. And it's certainly reasonable to use that overall regional pattern that I just described, because the truck trips during that AM and PM peak hour is really the minority of traffic. Most are going to be employees driving to the site and employees going back home. So we're quite comfortable with this particular trip distribution pattern. The other thing I'll tell you is, I mean, obviously each day it's going to be a little different, but it's not going to affect our recommendation about installing northbound left turn lanes or southbound right turn lanes. I don't care what the percent is, we want those auxiliary turn lanes in there. Same thing, our recommendation about 2 exit lanes is almost independent of the trip distribution pattern. There was a question about page 6 in our report, and again, you don't have to go there, but it was a graphic that showed some traffic volumes on 125 and on 107. And the question was, were those peak month volumes or annual volumes? And the answer is neither. They're actually, it's the raw data that we researched at the DOT from July 2018. When we do these studies, we like to find out historically what's happened in the area. So this is DOT data, not ours. And it clearly shows on page 6 that it comes from July of that year. And the last question is the traffic study for Kingston Crossing available? I guess the short answer is I don't know. Our office certainly prepared that study, and according to our agreement with that applicant at the time, we delivered the requisite number of copies, and that is the last I've heard. So I don't know if it's available or not. I'm not even so sure it's come to the planning board, to be honest with you. I haven't heard anything for a couple of years now.
Thank you, Mr. Perna. And even if they did come back, they would be responsible for their own. But this project is redoing the 125 corridor from start to finish along, you know, our project affected area. We're rebuilding the entire corridor through there and adding quite a bit of capacity and protective safety measures for that, as well as signalizing that intersection. So the Kingston Crossing project would probably benefit substantially for that. There were a few other comments or questions. There was a question about will there be drones flying around delivering things in town from this project. There won't be any drones delivering anything from this project. There were some questions about the use of Sprinter van deliveries. And these are basically trucks that, you know, are normally vehicles that are associated with a Sprinter vans. We all know what they are, but this project is not going to be delivering packages to people's houses. This is not what this project is. It's a warehouse distribution facility, but not a home delivery service or anything like that, which is more of a fulfillment and direct delivery service. This is not that project at all. And if it did come back as that would be a new application and everything. So, you know, we don't have Sprinter vans on this project. They're not going to be delivering to people's homes. That's a whole different animal. It's a whole different type of project. Another question was, would this project take away from other small businesses or stores in town? And I mean, we're a warehouse, and a warehouse distribution center really doesn't compete at this scale. It doesn't really compete with other stores and other businesses. In fact, the project would likely provide a significant economic demand for a wide range of area small businesses and generate employment opportunities and generate a major significant offsetting tax revenue for town residents. There was another ask about the emergency services near Brentwood, and I mean, we have two means of access along 125 in Kingston. That's good for safety, and there's also easements and cross easements for our site, and embedded in there are emergency access connections between the sites. We also have the gated emergency access at 107 that we talked about at length, and cross connections for those for only emergency use. The Kingston municipality, also we have an EMS mutual aid program, and obviously, and we've seen this all the time. Kingston is part of that mutual aid, and will continue to do that. The project itself is delivering almost $500,000 in impact fees, fire department impact fees specifically, almost $500,000 right off the get-go, as required in the ordinance. We're also providing, I mean, there's going to be a very, very nice tax revenue that the town is going to see on this project, and that's just the fact. And no impact to the schools whatsoever. We're not generating any kids on that, no town services, no school budgets. This site has to act and operate on its own and deliver on its own. So there was an ask about a question about the trucking use on the property. I'd just like to point out that this property has been master planned and zoned for decades for this particular use. And it's listed right in the allowed uses of trucking, warehouses, distribution, truck terminals. And that's what we have here. And the town, I mean, we're right across the street from the old dump. The ordinances, the regulations, the zoning has all been carefully, and when you read through it, even the master plan, this site is set up for that, and it's zoned for it, and we're meeting the criteria for it, and we're delivering a fantastic opportunity for the town of Kingston. Everything we're doing, I don't think we even have any waivers on this project. If we did, they would be administrative, no variances. So we really took this seriously. We wanted to deliver a fantastic project for the town, and it's zoned accordingly for that. In terms of site design, there were a few questions on that. Of course, we're going to be abiding by the DES best management practices for groundwater protection per ENVWQ 401. There was a specific question for that, and that's important. That was a good question. And ENVWQ 401 there's certain criteria for that, and we will comply with all what we call the 401 requirements. For example, the project does not involve handling of storage or storage of hazardous materials. The septic systems are domestic, which is basically employee classification only. There's no other flows, any process flows for that. They meet all the nitrate regulations, and Tim Stone is doing the studies and proving all that with all the monitoring wells. We have operational maintenance and operation packages that will be required for this for incidents mitigation programs. They'll be in place as required by the state and federal regulations. No fueling operations are proposed. No groundwater discharge operations are proposed. These are all items covered in the 401. It was a good question. And we certainly have to meet those performance criteria for that. Obviously, that's the law. The other question was stormwater practices as they would comply with the federal MS4 stormwater permits. So this project, the stormwater design, construction, control, treatment, mitigation, operations management are all governed by the site-specific stormwater permitting that will be in place. For example, the DES alteration of terrain and EPA SWIP requirements. All those criteria on the plans, they're all embedded in the study. The drainage calculations that Doug and our staff put together, they're ready for the AOT permit. We didn't skimp on any of that. We totally overloaded our design criteria for that. So the AOT permitting process, including the wildlife study that's required, is well founded. We didn't. Everything is over designed on that aspect. We are also required to control everything on our own site. Everything is calculated at the site boundary design points. So, we're not going to be letting erosion or siltation, sedimentation going beyond our site. We would be in violation and big trouble for that. There's certain criteria that encompass our site that we have to perform to. It's a little different than a town and a municipality. As you know, when you have, a lot of miles of roads, that's all being salted and sanded, and you got to deal with all of that. And MS4 certainly incorporates that. But our site has certain criteria for that and that control, and we are definitely performing on that specifically. Will Kingston need additional housing opportunities for employees? Facilities of this type do provide a wide range of employment opportunities for the town and the region. It's an integral part of the Kingston master plan in creating successful communities. Kingston's existing housing value will be supported by the market demand, which will be overall positive. There was a question, I didn't quite understand it, but there's something about a Southeast Land Trust property or parking there at some property on both sides of the road. That was the question, and we're not really sure where that is, but we're not impacting any parking that we know of at our site that has to do with anything to do with Southeast Land Trust, but maybe someone can answer that. But we're not impacting any parking that we know of for any of that. The site lighting, there was a question on that, and the site lighting systems meet the town ordinance requirements. We make sure of that, including dark sky friendly fixtures. There was a question about backup alarms by trucks and the use of a trucking warehouse distribution truck terminals. That's allowed by right in the ordinance. We meet all of the requirements the town of Kingston has for that. We would also be required to meet the noise ordinance of the town of Kingston, and there's very specific requirements for that as well. And we would be having to abide by those noise ordinances, obviously. There was a question about idling of trucks, emissions, time restrictions. That's going to be managed by and controlled by the facility and applicable to federal regulations and state regulations. There's regulations already in place that we have to abide for any terminal like that that have to be in place. That's our responsibility. The actual use, when you say a truck terminal, I can't think of one truck terminal that has limitations at hours of operations. Truck terminals are at this scale are 24/7 terminals, and the truck terminal, they just don't shut down. They continue to operate, but they do. Obviously, they're not going to be peaking out, 2 in the morning, but they do have a minimum amount of operations, and that's recognized in the ordinance. There was a question about traffic on 107 and the homes there. There's homes on 107 that are in the commercial district. There's homes on 107 that are outside of the commercial district, but with us closing off the driveway completely, and we did that based on public comment. There won't be any traffic coming in and out of that driveway or anything, and we have the 125 highway corridor there. It's used as and intended, and the property is respectively zoned and master planned for that. So I'm not really sure where that question goes in terms of homes on 107, but all of our actions, operations would be on 125. I know that there was, getting into some subjectivity issues here, but I don't want to have people think that I did not answer their question. And, there was a concern about a quaint historic New England town feel. And, I'm not going to repeat myself about going on about the commercial site, master plan, the zoning, but we're doing exactly what the Kingston people voted on to provide on this site, and at a tremendous tax influx. And this has been in place for decades. We're at the northerly portion of the town. The direct abutting properties between our site and 107 are zone commercial. And they also include development and redevelopment throughout. The site across the street includes a massive closed town dump. I mean, if you actually look at those plans and look at our plans, if you're talking about buffers and you're talking about shoreland, you know, the closed town dump right across the street from us is a good, go on Google Earth and look at that. We understand that that's closed and that's good, and there was responsibilities there, and we're taking our responsibilities very seriously for that. But there's, you know, the quaint historic town New England feel is throughout Kingston, but at this particular location, it's zoned commercial. There was one last comment about environmental concerns, and those are covered by DES. Our permitting with DES includes the wetland permitting. The wetland permit's already in place. As a matter of fact, the Army Corps of Engineers chimed in on that, like they would on any project, that they can actually comment on any project. And they did. They reviewed this project. So the wetland permit's in place. That was already issued. And the Army Corps also issued their permit, and they referenced the mitigation provisions therein. And just, I'd like to point out that, you know, we are buying another piece of property, putting that into conservation in Kingston. And they commended us for that. And that's a lot of money. And as I quote, they said, this project will have only minimal individual or cumulative environmental impacts on waters of the United States, including the wetlands. Even the Army Corps of Engineers is admitting that. Even the DES is admitting that. When we go to the AOT permit process and the alteration terrain permit process, that includes treatment and everything else that we talked about. And we have the buffers around the river that you require. So we're delivering on each and every aspect of those. Those were the questions that we know of. I know that there's a lot of other comments that we're aware of, but we're probably not going to get into it, social media, et cetera. But we can only do what we can do. We're doing our job. Now, I'm not going to get into any level of detail, but we do have 3 conditional use permits, and I'm sure the board is going to want to digest all of that. And we can get into that probably the next time, but each one of those criteria, we'd be happy to go through each and every one of those, just like you did on the house on the river earlier this evening. We'd be happy to do that. I know you're probably getting a little tired because we're wearing you out, but so I'm going to like to turn it over to Tim Stone. Tim did, his crew did a hydro study. And that included, you know, real monitoring wells, real sampling. We already know what's going on out there. They jumped on that. And Tim, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So Tim, do you want to just do a quick overview of your hydrologic study and where you are with everything, and how you're, you know, meeting the criteria for that, which is, I believe the review has just started, which is good.
Sure can. Are you all hearing me okay?
Yes.
You got me okay? All right. Tim Stone with Stonehill Environmental, and I have to say, Carl, you and Doug actually make it a good part of my job pretty easy with all of the stormwater control systems and recharge systems and things like that you've installed there. I'll just briefly summarize the hydrogeo report. Dana Truslow has the report. I know she's working on it. We just spoke yesterday. And but during the course of our study, we installed 8 monitoring wells. 7 of them were sampled for nitrate, ammonium, and chloride. The nitrate and ammonium primarily for septic system related impacts, chloride for road salt impacts. We did 4 rounds of groundwater levels at the site. The groundwater levels came out very consistent between each round. We have about a 2.5-foot drop in groundwater elevations from the southern portion of the site to the northern portion of the site. And as might be expected, groundwater flow is essentially towards the Little River in somewhat of a radial pattern to the north-northwest, to the north-northeast, with some flow off the eastern boundary of the property across Route 125 in a northeasterly direction towards the Little River. And as Carl mentioned, the Old Town landfill is across the street, and chances are that groundwater kind of intersects with the groundwater from this property, eventually just flowing north towards the Little River. Analytical results came back with nothing really too exciting. We saw low concentrations of nitrates well within the state standard. Not quite sure in 3 of the wells why we saw the nitrates, possibly from some upgradient. Residential septic systems or operations, then upgradient being the properties to the south of this lot. We had a couple of wells detected some chloride impacts, particularly a well that was around the parking lot area of the warehouse, again within the state groundwater standard of 250 milligrams per liter for chloride, and not surprising to see that, actually knowing that there's some road salt application taking place. I will point out that as part of the upgrades to the property, and I know this shows up in Carl's documents, that all the road salt application on the property will be in accordance with the NHDES certified green snow program, where the salt applicators go through this program and minimize salt application to try to minimize the impact of chlorides that we have in general throughout New England. We looked at the proposed septic systems and the locations of the septic leach fields to the in the groundwater flow directions, again, which are primarily to the north and to the northeast, and calculated what would be necessary to meet 10 milligrams per liter nitrate, which is the New Hampshire DES groundwater quality standard, as well as the standard that the town of Kingston applies in a aquifer zone B district, which is where this site falls. And with those numbers, the AquaPoint BioClear systems will be designed to reduce the nitrate concentrations in the effluent to meet those numbers. And that ranges from the leach fields closest to the river in the northwest portion of the site will have to achieve 12 milligrams per liter nitrate. And the leach fields in the eastern portion of the site will be designed to, the septic systems will be designed to meet 26 milligrams per liter nitrate by just stacking BioClear systems to get down to those numbers. And the BioClear systems have a fine track record, and it's just a matter of stacking treatment units in unison in series to get down to the numbers that you need to achieve. I will point out that Carl's group has also added the Presby EnviroSeptic matrix systems in the leach fields, which are systems which provide for more aerobic degradation of domestic wastewater in the leach fields. And we will see more nitrate reduction there that we're not even taking into account. But that's just kind of the icing on the cake with respect to the septic systems. There essentially are no down gradient abutters to this property with respect to groundwater flow besides the Little River. And historically, we have seen, as we conclude in our report, that when you have properly designed infiltration systems, as we have on this site, we have pervious pavement, infiltration systems, recharge basins, that the incidental contamination you might find from parking lots and things like that, particularly petroleum contaminants, very readily degrade in these environments. It's lots of water flow, exposure to rainwater, sunlight, and we just don't see impacts to groundwater for the most part from these types of incidental discharges. It might, drippages, whether it's from employees' cars or trucks or something like that. And in addition, with the treatment systems that are in the stormwater sequences, you'll see additional reduction of any incidental contaminants that might be found. You know, again, Doug did a great job of talking about recharge. We just don't see that there'll be really any significant impact to the aquifer with respect to the quantity of water in the aquifer. The soils are silty sands and fine to medium sands. There is absolutely no issue with recharge making it down to the water table, and nice fine sands that will do a great job of filtering any material that might possibly get past any infiltration structures and features on the property. The site will have several water supply wells, which will be withdrawing water for what will primarily be, you know, the essentially domestic uses, bathrooms, potentially showers on the property. There's no big industrial uses. There's very little irrigation proposed for the property. And most of that water, anything going into the septic systems, essentially is being recharged through the septic systems back to the water table. So you have very little net loss of the water withdrawals from the supply wells. So in general, we don't see any significant issues with the project from a hydrogeologic standpoint. We'll be waiting for Dana's comments to come through. I'm sure we'll see a few things. We've already heard one comment about the existing leach field is going to be abandoned. That's at the northwest corner of the existing warehouse. And Dana has raised the question as to what's going to happen with the soils that are beneath that leach field, and that they're just properly maintained, because there's going to be an infiltration structure in at least part of that location. And you know, those soils will be looked at, see what the quality of those soils are, and they'll be properly handled as appropriate when construction takes place out there. So that's all we have right now. We'll wait for Dana's comments. And I think with a lot of the work that Carl's group has done, it's really made a lot of our job here from the hydrogeologic side of things very, you know, quite easy. So we're happy to take any questions later on if we have them.
Thank you, Tim. Mr. Chair, we're available to answer any questions or go into any detail on any plan or anything that you would like, or anybody on this Zoom hearing. Just one last comment is on the septics. You know, if this is over 100 acres, if this was 3-acre lots in the aquifer district, we would actually have more flow coming off a residential development than we do on this project. And that's just the fact that you'd be seeing about 18,000 gallons a day of flow coming off that. And that would be, you know, house flows, but we're well below that on this project. And even the type of flow, which is only just employees going to the bathroom, there's no cafeterias, there's no food preparation, none of that. It makes our job easier also for the treatment of those systems. And we're just happy to answer any questions. We don't know where you want to go with this. I know it's coming up, you know, the holidays are here. We don't know where. I think staff has been excellent, by the way. They've been really jumping on things, and we've been responding to them, and we just don't know where you're going with the hearing. We'd like to think that we are earning a lot of traction and a lot of goodwill and delivering, you know, an excellent project for the town of Kingston. And we just really don't know where you're going with it. We'd like to start looking at, with your consultants and staff and the board and the butters public, the criteria for the CUPs and for the subdivision and site conditional action. We'd like to, you know, get your advice on that, where you'd like to go with that.
Okay. Thank you, Carl, and the rest of the team. I can tell you that we were actually hoping that that this hearing would be perhaps put off to a future one once we had the feedback from both the hydrogeologists at our end, as well as a second review of the traffic study, because the traffic study's been changed. So we're doing an additional peer review on that. And we thought that it would be much more fruitful if we had all that information together to consider. And I believe that that was discussed with you, and it was your option to continue with the hearing tonight, which is fine. That's your call. But there are still a lot of unanswered questions. And as far as where we're going, we're just following our process as best we can, and we're taking this, step by step, and making sure that all things are considered, and that we follow the process that we're supposed to follow as a board and as a town. So so we've gone through the opportunity for the applicant to present updates to us. I've got to admit that it was a lot more than I anticipated, but we have opportunity now for town planner and town engineer to comment. And I know Glenn Greenwood, you don't have too many comments for us at this point based on your memo, but would you like to speak at this point before I turn it over to Dennis?
Certainly. I do have comments that I will send out. I didn't complete them until late yesterday evening, so I didn't feel like I should send them to the board at that time. So I just wanted to inform you that I actually spoke today with our traffic consultant, and he did, although he got the information late last week, he has reviewed it, the additional new information, and he feels that his comments in talking with Steve Pernaugh have been addressed. And he sent that by way of an email to me today. I did ask him to do a formal memo tying up his complete consultation for us, and he agreed to do that. So we will receive that, I'm sure, in the next few days. And
do we have any sense for when Dana will have her review done for us?
I don't have any sense. He and I did a second site walk out on the site on Friday with a representative from Stonehill Environmental. Dana had some questions, wanted to be able to look at the site a little bit closer than she could during the rain the Saturday before. We were out there for about 2 hours. And I think that she did, I think she got the questions she needed answered. I know that she has had conversations, as Carl said earlier, already with his staff to get additional information so that she could complete her review. But I don't really know when that will be complete.
Okay. Well, I mean, she is our go-to person for review of hydrogeologic work, and she usually does her very best to get a timely return to us. So keeping in mind, though, that we are dealing right now with holidays and everything else, so we'll hope that she can turn it around for us in her usual timely manner. So that is a major item that we're still waiting on. Glenn, anything else that you want to mention?
No, I will send those comments both to Carl and to the planning board members at the end of the meeting tonight.
Okay, all right, thank you. And in your memo, Glenn, you also just, reminded us the items that we're dealing with, not the least of which is the conditional use permits that Carl mentioned, but there's also a subdivision at play here, as well as a site plan, and then the conditional use permits. So, all right. Dennis, are you still awake?
No, I fell asleep a long time ago.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm fine. So certainly,
it's time to wake up. It's your turn.
Okay. So yes, I did get plans, received them on December 4th, and I did my best to get a report as soon as I could to the board. And so these are my comments. Some of the comments are our previous comments that I believe may not have been satisfied, but may have been discussed. And so my previous comment, number 5, was that the conditional use requirements that the use will not cause a significant reduction in long-term water volume contained in the aquifer or in storage capacity of the aquifer. This stormwater analysis shows significant increase in volume of stormwater runoff, reducing the groundwater recharge. And see comment number 42, which I'll get to in a minute. My previous comment number 32 was that on sheet D4, the outlet control structure number 1 specifications still do not match those provided in the calculations. And I say see invert elevations for B1 and C1. And that's just a drafting thing that is easy to take care of. Number 40, my comment number 40 from before, Article 9045G14, show the location for snow storage and that it shall not block drainage. I did find a small area labeled for snow storage on each side of the and to the rear of the large building. It doesn't appear sufficient for the entire site. I believe more areas for snow storage so as to not block drainage structures or be plowed into the detention basins should be shown on the plan. Number 42, stormwater management report narrative states that the stormwater drainage mitigation was designed in accordance with New Hampshire DES current minimum requirements. That goal is to provide calculations for post-development rate of runoff to be equal or less than pre-development. This design results show achieving that goal. In most cases, this would satisfy the town reviews. Today, we understand there have been and will be changes to global climate, which affects rainfall. Perhaps regulations will soon need to be adjusted accordingly, and the town must consider the long-term impacts of all proposed developments in order to meet the current federal MS4 requirements. This is a large single development which impacts natural physical characteristics and wildlife habitat in this part of town. An important function of these features is to filter stormwater, protecting the quality and quantity of the town aquifer zone. Just as important is protecting the quantity and quality of the runoff downstream to abutters and drinking water supplies. Although this design objective is to meet the minimum requirements, perhaps additional mitigation should be required. What is that impact to the aquifer, and what is the impact downstream with the increased volume? I believe more infiltration is needed. Again, that was a comment that I had from before. My additional comment at this point in time in this review is that in the recent submittal, the design team has chosen to use porous pavement on site to infiltrate more stormwater. The town of Kingston typically does not allow porous pavement in parking areas. The result shows that the difference from the existing conditions to after development, the volume of stormwater runoff has been reduced by 28,297 gallons for the 2-year storm event. So for all storms up to and near the 2-year event, there will be a reduction in runoff volume. I'm not sure how significant this is, but what happens if homeowners downstream have wells that count on that water during dry times, and as a result of this development, their wells do go dry. What happens if there will not be enough water for farmers or homeowners downstream with vegetable gardens that rely on every gallon of water for irrigation during dry times? What happens to the wildlife and wetland plants that depend on every gallon during dry times? And again, I know Doug was trying to answer the question and saying that this is a very insignificant amount of reduction in percentage-wise, single-digit percentage-wise. But for a 2-year storm event, I think that it should be equal to, as close as equal to as possible, to prevent anybody from downstream having a problem of a well going dry or complaining about not having enough water during dry times. So I'll go on from there. The results continues to show for large storm events, there will be significant increase in volume of runoff downstream of this development. This will reduce groundwater recharge for these events. The result shows for the 10-year event, 336,480 gallons more. For the 25-year event, 657,499 gallons more. And for the 50-year event, 94,286 gallons extra. I do believe this is significant and will result in some sort of impact. What if downstream homeowners who have never had water in their basement will now have basements flooded as a result of this project? What if the town, Kingston, Brentwood, or Exeter, that have roads that have culverts that over the years have just barely been able to keep the roads from flooding, will now have roads flood as a result of this project, causing erosion and washouts that need repair? What will be the wetland and wildlife impacting results from the increased volume of runoffs from this project? For this large development, I believe the design team must not only meet the minimum requirements of the regulations, but proper design must consider any other major impacts. I mentioned a number of what if impacts, and there may be many more. I believe more BMP structures can be designed on site to control the volume as well as the rate of runoff, and perhaps more subsurface storage under the pavement and even under the building can be designed. The important thing is that the detention outlet structures can be modified to control the volume so it more closely meets the existing pre-development conditions. And so that's my argument. That's my presentation. You did hear what Doug said about his take on what the state requires, but it's also, this is what the town, a project within the town that can have some significant impacts. So my previous comment number 47 was Article 904, 11, and 12. A bond is required for engineering inspections of on-site improvements. 48, the 907, 383 performance guarantee amount is required for finalized prior to approval. And the performance guarantee must be in place prior to construction on the site. And I believe they agreed to those, but I just wanted to keep that in my comments just so they don't get forgotten during further work by the board. And also 908, 16, 6A, the operation and maintenance procedures for stormwater management must be recorded. Number 52, the Vortec stormwater treatment structures have been changed to a contact treatment structure. They are devices formed inside of catch basins, and they remove sediment and contain oils and greases. I believe the only comment to that is that I would recommend they please submit an operation and maintenance requirements for these specific structures. I didn't really see it in the submittal package. Maybe it's there, but I mean, I had a lot of stuff to go through in a short period of time, so maybe it's there, but if not, it should be provided. Number 53, show the location and dimension for the overflow spillways in the detention basins as noted on sheet detail 3, but not shown on the plan set. Maybe you don't plan on putting overflows on the plans, but if that's the case, then I don't know why you showed a detail for it. But perhaps there should be an overflow in case these outlet structures do get plugged up. That's the reason why there's an overflow in case. And one additional comment was to show riprap at outlets for flared end sections F5, A4, and A7. And so those are drafting things that can easily be corrected. So those are my comments, and can answer any other questions that you have.
Thank you, Dennis. Carl, rather than asking you and Doug to respond to that now, because you've spoken a lot already, I think it might be best for you to take those comments, think about them, and have a response for it when we meet next.
Yes,
That's
Mr.
okay.
Chair. We can do that, Mr. Chair, and we probably just want to meet with Mr. Quintel and work the things out that he needs. There's some details in there which are easy. There's some numbers that he would like to perform on, and we just need to know how much is enough, because we keep increasing all of this substantially, and we'd like to probably meet with him and just say, all right, let's establish what those numbers are, and then we'll do it.
Well, yeah, and someone on the board remind me, I believe that we at some point earlier in this process authorized the applicant to be working directly with our town engineer and our professional staff. Is that correct?
We did.
Okay, so yes, Carl, please do that.
Sure, we could do it Christmas Eve.
Whatever you can get Dennis to agree to.
If you can get a hold of me, then that's fine.
Now
Call my wife.
All right. Okay, so we'll have some comment and some work on that for the next time. We have two new submittals from town departments, and I know that both of them are representatives from both of them are on the call. I know Evelyn Nathan from Conservation is with us, and Graham Pellerin, our fire chief, is with us. And rather than, unless you really want me to address this, your comments, I would almost rather you speak to them directly, because you're the ones who wrote them, and I think that it's appropriate. So Chief Pellerin, if you would like me to read your comments, I will. Otherwise, I'd be happy for you to address the group.
Nope, not at all. Welcome, everybody. So my comments basically have remained the same up until this point, that the building must meet NFPA, all NFPA codes. We have a third-party reviewer, SFC Engineering, the town's fire engineering firm that we use on many projects. So they were actually at the last TRC meeting. And then just the rear 7 to remain as Carl has stated, that it'll be for emergency uses only. Just that we keep that for just that purpose. Other than that, that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Conservation Commission, Evie, you submitted a fairly lengthy written statement. There's 1, 2, 3, like 3 pages of text and some photographs. Is there a way that you could summarize this for us?
I thought it was a summary. Why don't I go ahead and read it? Some of the texts are lists, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. These are more overarching statements, partly for the board. Though the new plan set for this site shows somewhat improved drawback from some buffers, the Conservation Commission maintains that the planning board should limit the size of the proposed warehouse to the area outside of the shoreline protection and wetland district. Our ordinances were specifically written to protect these environments and specialized habitats. Residents did not deem a new firehouse worthy of encroaching on the shoreland ordinance, and a warehouse of unknown usage should never be. The developer is paving and building with the other 3 lots an area near or exceeding 100 acres. Kingston has never seen a project on this scale, and so 4 to 6 truck loading bays should not be given precedent over an established wildlife corridor. I include two maps of the wildlife corridor prepared by Connect the Coast, a project implemented by Nature Conservancy to define and protect wildlife corridors in New Hampshire. Before and after maps are as follows. And you can, I don't want to bother to screen share right now, but the planning board has them. To this point, we would like to take issue with several points made by the wetland scientist Luke Hurley concerning wildlife observed on the property. The Hurley letter says, as proposed, the project has limited disturbance within the local 300-foot shoreline setback. No spawning grounds were identified within the confines of this site or that of the Little River. Any potential spawning grounds within the river will not be impacted from the project, as this is not having any impacts within the river or significantly within the buffer. This buffer will remain primarily vegetated either naturally or through revegetation. As the site currently exists, no significant wildlife corridor exists throughout the parcel. Travel is uninhibited with an open understory. Most wildlife will use areas along rivers for corridors if available. As this area is very steep in places and goes from level upland down to the water with little to no shelf, maintaining the upland buffer in this area will aid any travel among the portion of the site. No significant wildlife habitat exists that is not typically found in southern New Hampshire. During multiple site visits and various field surveys, no significant wildlife was observed beyond the typical species using this area from deer, turkeys, and numerous small birds. The following species, these are my comments or our comments now, have been seen, and some recorded with game cameras in this river corridor area. This includes deer herds, moose, bear, blandings turtle, spotted turtle, painting turtle, black racer, salamanders and newts, fisher, gray and red fox, coyote, bobcat, porcupine, beaver, raccoon, owls, turkey, bald eagle, pileated woodpeckers, innumerable shore and songbirds, teal, wood duck, mallard, and Canada geese. Conservation would like to request that New Hampshire Fish and Game be asked to concur with Mr. Hurley's findings and proposed conservation measures. Our Wetland Conservation District Ordinance 202.1C states to encourage environmental diversity by protecting and maintaining existing wetland systems and the vegetation and wildlife supported by such systems. Mr. Hurley claims that the project is not having any significant impact on the buffer, but we would point out especially the area infringing on the very steep hill near Route 107, where the proposed emergency road would be built. This is a severe incursion requiring alteration of terrain and is probably 30 feet or so or less from the actual wetlands. Natural communities possess the right to exist, flourish, regenerate, and evolve. They have the right to preservation and a stable and healthy ecosystem capable of sustaining their natural communities. If we grant landowners the right to damage the environment, the entire community will carry the impact in this generation and all those to come. While the Conservation Commission respects the ability of the owner to develop his land, we strongly feel that this river corridor is one of the real gems of habitat that Kingston has to offer. And if the planning board grants conditional approvals for disturbance of areas already set aside by ordinances, we have no doubt that the critical habitat along this stretch of Little River will be lost or irreparably damaged. There are many impacts on wildlife when habitat is fragmented. Movement is much more difficult and even potentially fatal. When habitat is fragmented, wildlife populations can lose genetic diversity, and a narrower corridor will likely be less successful than a wider corridor and will be more susceptible to noise disturbance and light pollution, which there certainly will be, and invasive species. Wildlife corridors are not for the movement of wildlife only, but plants, use, and benefit from corridors. Many plants also need corridors to travel and disperse or to be dispersed by wildlife. To conclude, the commission would strongly recommend that no conditional use permit be granted for this project. In flattening 100 acres of rolling wooded land, there is certainly enough area to conduct any essential business for a warehouse of this enormous size. Respectfully submitted, Kingston Conservation Commission. Thank you for hearing us.
Thanks, Evie. I want to address the board on a particular item here. And this would, if the board wants to follow up on the Conservation Commission's request, it was on page 2, and it says they'd like to request that Fish and Game be asked essentially to review Mr. Hurley's findings, and they said asked to concur, but I'm assuming you're suggesting a review of it like we do a peer review with.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Water and the traffic. So how does the board feel about that? And if so, we should do it by motion and get that started.
Yeah, I'll move that we have this is Peter Coffin. I'll move that we get a review of the wildlife plan via Fish and Game if possible.
When was this letter received to the board?
It's dated today, Peter.
So the applicant hasn't even seen this letter yet?
I'm guessing not.
So didn't we have this discussion before that the applicant was, we required the applicant would have this information like a week before the meeting? This is just another delay. I think the applicant should have a chance to review all those findings and maybe talk about this the next meeting before we start asking for more reviews. When did the Conservation Committee meet on this and decide to write this letter? Was it the 3rd of December?
Well, before she answers, Peter, I mean, any town department can make comments on any of these things at any point in the process.
No, I understand that. The point of order is we, as a member of this board, we have discussed this in the past. The information should be forwarded to the applicant prior than the night of the hearing. So the applicant is familiar with what is going on. We've talked about this over and over and over again. I haven't even seen this letter and I'm part of this board. So I'm a little confused about what's going on here.
I believe board members did get it, but it was sent very very recently, Peter. So
like when?
This
well,
afternoon.
like today.
Well,
It hit my
okay, we
inbox
worked during the day, so I
at
can't say
almost
I read it
3 o'clock.
then.
I'm not excusing the fact that it just came in, but it did come in, so I wanted to make sure that it got put onto the record. We'll make sure that the applicant gets a copy of it, and we'll have an opportunity to respond. All I'm asking is if the board has an interest in the one very specific request, and if you'd rather hold off, that's fine. But we do have a motion to do that review of the wildlife study, and if there's a second, we can take it to a vote. If there's no second, then it'll.
Yeah, I would like to make the point that the purpose of my moving this now is because this has come in as a department response, and waiting until January to make the same motion would be a delay. I think that doing this concurrently would with the next month, we could get the results of that. They could say, yes, we agree, or basically, or, no, we've got evidence of landings turtles and things like that that need to be protected.
You got 2 weeks, Pete, for a fishing game to be out there. We got Christmas next week, so probably not gonna happen this month either. If they're even gonna do this.
Yeah, but it won't, the request won't go in until we make the motion and ask for it. If we decide to do this, we probably want to get the wheels going. I think that's a reasonable request. It's from an advisory board to this board, and so I stand by the motion that we request a concurrent review. We can decide whether we want Fish and Game to do it, or if we want another wildlife specialist to be determined by the board. I would think the Fish and Game would probably have the best data resources to do this.
Is there a second?
Glenn, could I just, before we get into that, I think maybe what Peter Baikey's trying to get to, and at least from my perception of what he's trying to say, I definitely agree with parts of, we now have more information and it's not provided in a timely fashion that the applicant can maybe respond to, put up their side of whether or not they agree or disagree that this is necessary, pertinent, or a burden they have to meet. And now we're going to possibly vote on providing some type of service or mandate a requirement when we haven't even offered them an opportunity to present maybe their side of whether or not they feel it's appropriate. So I think maybe that's what Peter's getting at with getting this last minute information, because I saw this pop up in my email, but outside of, I know I make the big bucks of $0 a year for sitting on the planning board like the rest of us, but I have a job and a family and a million other requirements that I don't have time to read emails when they come in the day of the meeting.
Okay, Chris and Peter, I understand what you guys are saying, and I don't disagree with any of it for the most part. But all that's being requested here is a review of something that the applicant has already submitted. It's not something that the applicant needs to comment on at this point. It's just a question of whether the board feels that the Conservation Commission's request to do a peer review on the wildlife report that the applicant's already submitted is something that the board wants to do. And if the board does want to do it, as Peter Coffin said, better do it now than wait till next month and have further delay in the process. So Lynn?
Well, I would agree. This did hit my inbox at 2:48 this afternoon, and I was out at meetings and didn't get back into my computer until 5 o'clock tonight. So this was last minute for me as well. But I just have a couple of concerns. One is this something that Fish and Game does all the time? The actual conclusions in this report were written by a wetland scientist. If we want a peer review, should it be from another wetland scientist? I don't know when we got Luke Hurley's report, but I think it was some time ago. And I'm disturbed by the fact that this is coming up now and didn't come up when we first got the wetland scientist reports, because I do think that hitting at the last minute is not the proper use of anybody's time or effort. And I also have concerns that some of the information in here is opinion and not fact-based. And we as a planning board had decided that we pretty much wanted to keep things to data and research and facts rather than personal opinions. That said, my biggest conclusion is, and the last thing was the actual visuals that we got have no I forget what you call it. There's nothing to tell me what those colors mean or what the visuals actually mean. There's no interpretation of what we received. So I can't read those and know what is what on the visuals that we received. So I thought it was a little incomplete at this point. But that said, I guess my biggest question is this something that Fish and Game does routinely? Or is there another person or something else that we should be doing with this? And, why are we getting this at the last hour? Thank you.
Carl? Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on, Carl. Ellen, did you have something?
No, I was pointing that Kyle had his hand up,
Oh, yeah, okay.
and then I'll put my hand up.
I think actually I can shed a little bit of positive light on this, Mr. Chair and the board. And the Fish and Game Wildlife Review is actually a part of the AOT review now. That's in the new regulations. And so in all, respect to the Conservation Commission, this will actually be reviewed by Fish and Game, and they've already reviewed it once. They're going to do it again. So I'd just like to point out that, we're not pushing off anything at all. We've already started that process with Fish and Game when we're purchasing a significant amount of money with their concurrence with DES, the conservation easements in Kingston for a lot of money. And that'll be managed through CELT, I believe. And that's a big offsetting gain. And we worked really, really hard to make sure that Kingston gets that benefit, not someone else. So we did that already. We've already been working with Fish and Game on this. We're going to be continuing to work with them in their review. I think, I don't have it in front of me, obviously, but it's new. But I think that the suggestion was that Fish and Game review this, not another entity. And we'd be happy to do that. We're required to do it anyhow, embedded in the AOT permit review now as well. So my answer, and just off the top of my head to Conservation Commission, is we welcome that process, and it's all part of the AOT process anyhow. And we've already started it. And yeah, we just like to continue. I mean, it's late information. We didn't even know the Conservation Commission met or discussed this at all. We would have been happy to have our people there, our scientists there, to talk about this already. We didn't know when they met or what they did, or who wrote the memo that you're talking about. But we're all in. We're very supportive of this, and the Fish and Game study review would be part of the conditional approvals of your project process anyhow.
Okay,
Carl.
thank you.
Carl, on the AOT review, that's normally, that's DES, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So do they get Fish and Game involved, or does DES do that review?
They typically get them involved. They're in the same building. They talk a lot about the permits. There's a wildlife study requirement now. There's all sorts of things that are already underway. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that helps. I mean, that's good clarification for me. Hopefully for you, Evie, as well, and for the board members.
Yes, and some of this we didn't realize until the site walk and actually got to look at that hill and that area. We discussed it at our meeting on the 3rd, but it takes me a little bit to write these, so that's why it came in late. And I just got the new set of plans, the altered set of plans as well. I think I only picked that up about 5 days ago.
Okay. Carl, we'll make sure that if it hasn't already been forwarded to you, we'll make sure you get a copy of Conservation Commission's letter, so you've got it for your file. Alan, do we?
I sent that out this afternoon.
Oh, Glenn did. Okay.
I'll withdraw the motion I made earlier on the basis that if this study is going to be reviewed, it would be a redundant motion.
Thank you, Peter. Ellen, were you trying to say something earlier?
No, I was just trying to say that I believe Glenn sent the report out this afternoon when the board members got it. Glenn sent it. I sent it to Glenn, and he sent it shortly after that.
Okay. Okay. Two pieces left on this that we need to do. One is if there are any questions or comments from the board at this time, we can deal with that. And then I want to open it for public comment. So anything from the board, first of all? Looking for hands, looking for something? No. No. Okay. Oh, Peter Coffin.
Hang on, I'm having trouble with the space bar. I'm not muting. just had a comment based on some of the comments from the last meeting about the access road. Sorry, the emergency access road, and I'm trying to decide why this is so necessary. Is it because of insurance, the having emergency access in the backside? It seems to me that that's the biggest intruder into the wetlands area, and if you're not going to use it, is it really necessary? Is it with the two other entrances to that compound? Isn't that enough for emergency vehicles? In fact, they're double entrances, double wide entrances, and could easily handle our largest fire trucks, which is what would be needed in a building this size. A 20-foot wide cut into the side of the slope next to a wetlands, heavily engineered emergency road seems a lot of overkill for something that I'm still trying to figure out why that is so important to you and why it's so necessary.
Well, I'm not going to speak for the applicant, but I believe that it was also a highly regarded request by the fire department. If I'm not mistaken, Graham, tell me if I'm wrong here.
No, that's so Graham Pellerin, Fire Chief. So that's correct. So a multitude of possibilities, meaning if there's an accident at the main entrance or for some reason trucks are stacked up, then we have mutual aid companies coming in for a building that size for any sort of incident. An active shooter incident where people need to egress out the rear of the site. Anytime there's more egress and entrances to a property or a building, the better. So that's why I would strongly recommend that stay in place.
Thank you, Chief. And it's not. I mean, you're speaking in general for emergency use and not just for fire. So it could be police. It could be any kind of emergency situation.
I saw Richard always wanted to weigh in on this.
Richard, it's hard for me to see Richard. He's in the dark. There we go.
I'm always in the dark. I was just going to kind of go with what Graham said. If you've ever been to an emergency scene, it doesn't take many fire trucks to clog an entrance, and having the back entry would be a major asset.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the board at this point? Lynn?
So my question is for Dennis. When I read your report and when you read it tonight, there's one thing that's a little confusing to me. It appears that if we have less runoff from the site, then wells may go dry. There may be those types of consequences downstream. If we have more runoff on the site, there can be flooding. Is that true, or and how do we work on that sort of, they seem to be opposing views. How do you decide what's the right amount?
Well, to answer your question, I think the intent is to try to model these stormwater calculations to try to match pre-development conditions. And my biggest concern is my question is to look off-site, not just to meet the minimum requirements for what is required to be on-site. And they're doing a great job as far as infiltrating the ground to recharge the groundwater, and I have no objection to that. And they're way over designing some situations as far as treatment and infiltration of the groundwater. My question really is at first, look off-site, and what is the impact off-site? And that's not being answered. I mean, maybe there's no impact off-site. Is that if there's a huge wetland downstream that's going to accept, any plus or minus runoff, then maybe there's no impact downstream. But if there is somebody downstream that has a well that's just marginal, and during a dry time of the year, I would need, if it was me, I would need every gallon of water that I needed during a dry time of the year. And a 2-year event could happen, once or twice during the summertime when it's dry, and I would need that water, or to water my garden. All I'm saying is to look downstream and see if there is anybody like that that would be impacted. Perhaps if there's a road that might be impacted from a stream runoff. And granted, if you're reducing the rate of runoff, you're not going to have a compromise with a culvert. But if you're increasing the volume of runoff, perhaps there could be a situation downstream. And how would it affect that road? Maybe there are no roads downstream that this would be affected. I'm just saying, look downstream, look offsite, and see what the pluses or the minuses would be, and answer that question. And if there is no, if the design that they have right now is not going to impact anything downstream, and it can be justified so that nobody downstream is going to be impacted, or maybe the way they've got it designed is an advantage to anybody or any property owner downstream. That's all I'm asking for. So when we talk about how much is enough and how much is not enough, I don't really know until you look downstream. And I'm not supposed to be the one to look downstream and say, yeah, John Jones, farmer or whatever is not going to be impacted by this. That's not up for me to do. It's up for them to do.
Okay.
So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Doug, you had something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good time to quickly discuss this item because it is a big piece of the site. It has been on Dennis's list from the beginning, and I think we've been trying to accommodate that. I think the Madam Vice Chair brought up a good point. I was a little perplexed on that myself because it is a balancing act, and the way I looked at it is a 3% reduction is essentially matching the existing condition. I understand what Dennis is saying, where it's not his job to look at every farmer, but it's really not our job to do that either, to be honest. Our job is to review the drainage at our site and make sure that we're treating the drainage and make sure that we're mitigating that drainage. And we're more than doing that in this design. And, I think it opens a bit of a dangerous door to say, we're not sure of, so now when a butter's well 20 miles away that slows down, it must have been this crazy project that did it. I don't think we want to look at that. We have to look at this more quantitatively at what we can control, which is our direct runoff and our impacts specifically to the site. We know that we're recharging the aquifer, and I would argue that any wells would likely be, we're not talking about dug wells on the surface, unless we are, but typical wells are taking the groundwater, of which we're significantly recharging. So I don't think we're going to see any reduction in the aquifer because of just the sheer amount of volume that we're recharging. As I said, we went through the numbers, kind of staggering. But I think I do need to get some feedback from this board, and I think Dennis needs some direction from this board as to how we can proceed, because we are certainly presenting our cases here, and it would make sense for us to have direction. I think that we are more than accommodating the extra requests, and I don't want to continue to chase something miles and miles downstream, just because I don't think it's reasonable or accurate to do so. I don't think we're going to be able to get a realistic value or level of understanding at those type of those type of things. So, I mean, obviously, we know that we're reducing runoff rate by 30%. And that is a huge benefit from a flood capacity standpoint. And so, you know, that's a significant improvement. We know that we're recharging 5 to 13 times the required value. So we know that's a big piece. So my take is I think we're there, but I would like to get some feedback from the board if I could on those items.
Well, if, Ellen?
No, go ahead. Anyway.
My suggestion was going to be that we've already concluded that the applicant is going to be working with Dennis on all of his comments and coming back to us. And since the board typically would rely on Dennis's guidance on this, I would expect that by the time we meet next, there will, the team and Dennis will come back to the board with some sort of recommendation.
And we're happy to meet with staff and with Dennis whenever they're available. You know, we did try to set up a meeting prior to this hearing, but they just wanted to have at least the time to review our stuff, and I can understand that. But maybe we can set something up in the near future here to go through.
Sure, Ellen.
Won't some of this information be raised if it's pertinent when Dana does her review? In the past, if there's been any questions of concerns of things that might happen off-site of a development, she usually raises them to see if there is anything else that may or may not be done. So wouldn't Dana's review and her report maybe also address some of these questions as whether or not there are or are not issues? Or, I mean, Dana's done that in the past, so I would think that if we waited for Dana's report, along with Doug and Dennis meeting and all that kind of stuff, the board by that point, by the next time we can have the public hearing, might have enough of the information to address all the questions that are being raised about this. I don't know. And I know that Dana, I believe that Dana's also gotten all of Dennis's comments so that she has everything to look at. So she'll be aware of some of Dennis's concerns, and if it's pertinent, I would think her report would give us insight to that. Kyle's waving at you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Those are all great suggestions, and we know it's the holidays and everything. We would like to meet with Dennis. I wasn't kidding. I mean, maybe not Christmas Eve, but we'd like to meet with them as soon as possible. We're ready. We're in uncharted territory here. We know what the regulations are, and we know we're meeting them, and he keeps increasing the bar, which is great, and we're doing that. We're meeting that. We just don't know how many times we have to do this because we're way up there. And at some point, that the what if comments are getting, we're out there now, and we really need to meet. We really need to do this. We're ready tomorrow. We need to know what the bar is, and we've met it, and we keep meeting it. We're just going to keep going over this over and over again. We just don't know how much he wants. It's the what if comments are very difficult to get our hands around.
Well, I don't want us to be setting a time during this public session for you guys to meet. You can work it out and make it happen. I mean, I don't know who's going to call whom, but you guys can work it out.
We can send an email and just get people's availability and go from there. That's not a problem.
I mean, you're just trying to, you really only got a couple of people to coordinate, and it shouldn't be too tough. Ellen?
I would think that it might be advantageous for everybody to almost like your own little mini TRC with Glenn, Dennis, maybe Dana, and you guys, and work out, those things all at the same time instead of this, okay, we'll meet with Dennis, but now Dana might have some comments, and then after Dana has comments, Dennis might have comments. It just seems it might be productive if you guys can get something with all of you in the same room. But I'm not paying for it, so it's just a suggestion.
I don't have a problem with meeting anytime. It's just this, I didn't get the plans here, you know, it's only been a week or so trying to get through these plans. If it was a small project, it wouldn't be as difficult to get through in this time frame. I did get my comments back to the board yesterday. So I would have no problem with meeting sometime, and perhaps a Zoom meeting with Dana and Glenn would be appropriate. And we certainly can set that up sometime as long as it's convenient for everybody.
Glenn, do you any thoughts on that?
No, I'm absolutely happy to do that, but there was a request by the design team to meet before this meeting. And I had told Carl that without me having been able to get my comments in, it didn't make any sense to me to do that. But now we have reviewed those plans, so it makes much more sense.
Well, maybe that's the route to take then, is to get a few folks together, as Ellen was suggesting. Sort of
I like the idea of involving Dana, and you asked me when her report would be done, and I don't know when it's done, but I know that she's working on it very actively, and her desire is to get it done very quickly. So I would expect we'd be able to involve her as well.
All right. Well, if that's the route we're going to go, then maybe Glenn, you should be the coordinator of that.
That's fine. Carl and I talk a lot, so that's fine.
Because I mean, you're the one who typically convenes TRC, and this is sort of in that same vein.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sooner than later, hopefully.
Yes.
Maybe once you have a sense for when Dana might be ready with her comments, might be the gating item. Because obviously you've got Dennis's comments, you've got the design team ready to speak, and so we're waiting on Dana at this point. So, okay. So Glenn, that's an action for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, before I open it for public comment, anything else from the board at this time? Peter Coffin?
Just, we had 2 letters, I think Alan sent out from the public that were 3rd of December and 15th, and today's letters. And I didn't know if you wanted to enter those in some form before public comment or during public comment, or how you wanted to handle that.
Well,
one of them is fairly lengthy. Well, actually,
they're both lengthy.
Yeah, that's why.
And I believe the lengthier of the two, that individual is actually on the call. The other one, I don't think so, based on the checking of names here.
Right.
So one of them is from Ms. Kenter, and I'm going to ask her during public comment to address that herself.
Okay.
And whether she chooses to read it or whether she chooses to just comment, I'm going to leave that to her.
Right, and I think along with Peter Bakey's comments earlier, we could probably want to provide those to the applicant.
Ellen?
Just to clarify about the receipt of one of those, I did tell the person who sent it that I would forward it to the board, but due to receiving it as late as we did, I did tell her that I didn't think the board would have a chance to read it before the hearing started, and she was fine with that. She said she just wanted it for the record and understood that it was going to be sent to the board members late. So just wanted to tell you that.
Okay. The other letter that we received was dated December 3rd. I believe that's also been sent out to board members, and it was addressed, actually, it was sent out to the select board, the planning board, and the zoning board, as well as the Rockingham Planning Commission. So we have that one as well. But let's deal with any comments that folks might have who are on the call right now. And I know it's been a long evening, and it's probably going to be a longer evening. But So I think we will. And Glenn, before you activate chat, just another reminder for everybody. Chat is only to be used to put your name and address in so that we can recognize you to speak. And when we recognize you, we'll ask you to address your comment or question to the chair, and then we will either respond, get an answer, or take some action on it, whatever we need to do. So, Glenn, if you could activate chat, and we'll start taking names, and we'll call on folks. Scott, I see yours is there. Is that still there from the last time, or would you like to be recognized again? Scott Willett, 189 Main Street.
Yeah, I was there from the last time, but I would like to make comments on this plan if I could.
Well, go right ahead.
First of all, good to see you guys again. And I want to try and cover 2 points tonight and try to be succinct with the consciousness of the time of day here. I want to talk about those conditional use permits. And there's been some conversation over that already. And it was really good that tonight we actually had a conditional use permit for a house on the edge of Country Pond. That's a great example for when that's appropriate. That house was fully in the shoreline protection area, needed that permit in order to be able to use the house, maintain the house. That's a perfect case where the board went through the 5 criteria, and that's appropriate. In this case, this project we're looking at now, it's completely different. First of all, there's nothing existing. This is a new construction project. And it's not a case of a hardship. It's not a case of they don't have enough land. It's really a case of they want to be in the shoreline protection area. They don't need to be in the shoreline protection area. So if the board goes through that same criteria, those 5 facts that you have to determine, I contend that you're going to get to numbers 1, 3, and 5, I think are obvious falses. And that's the proposed use will not detrimentally affect the surface water. And I think listening to the testimony and listening to Dennis's comments, you know, when you push that line closer and closer to the river, it only takes one overzealous plow driver to decide to push snow into the river. And then you have contamination. The time to stop things like that are to make changes before it's built, before it happens, and to observe that 300-foot setback now when it's a paper change and not a change on the plan or an enforcement issue. The other 2, number 3 talks about the damage to spawning grounds and wildlife habitat. That's the point Evie was trying to make. The last one, the design must be consistent with the intent of this whole ordinance. And the intent of this whole ordinance is to try and protect the shoreline. Carl made a comment about the master plan, and that's a great comment. The master plan is a guiding force in everything we do. But in that master plan is a really strong message or theme of protecting the environment, protecting the shoreline. So if you use that master plan and you look at this request for a permit, there really is the right move. The best interest of the town is to say you can't have your project in this 300-foot setback. They have a right to develop the land. They have a right to develop a truck terminal. There's no doubt about that. But they don't have a right to make it an 800,000 square foot building. They could make it a 790,000 square foot building and meet the criteria of that setback. When you look at the wetlands ordinance and the conditional use permit within the wetlands ordinance, it's even stronger. And they need that permit to construct the road out to 107. Same idea, conditional use permit, the board has to find true on 3 conditions. And I'm looking at 202.8 point B, and that's where the 3 conditions are. And they list out the proposed construction is essential to the productive use of the land. Well, that's just not true. The road off of 107 is not essential to the development of the whole project. They've got plenty of access off 125. They have plenty of circulation around the site. There's no reason why they need that entrance. They just want that entrance. And I think that's the key difference there. The last item in that section, number 3, no alternate route which does not cross a wetland or has less detrimental impact is feasible. And that's also not true. It's much more feasible to just use the entrances off of Route 125. So I would encourage the board to think carefully about those criteria in both the shoreline and the wetlands conditional use permits. And I agree with the Conservation Commission. It even says in the wetland zone, the board shall seek the opinion of the Conservation Commission as part of that permit. So I support that, and I support the messaging in the master plan that says to protect those. The second point I want to make is about the building itself. It's a warehouse, but it's a warehouse / distribution center. And you look at the plan, and I listened to the traffic study engineer, Robert Duvall. I rewound the tape from the last meeting, and about an hour and 20 minutes in, he starts going through his review, and he's really zoned in on that it's a warehouse. He uses the term a high cube warehouse. Large trucks in, large trucks out. And that's a lesser standard than the distribution center. The applicant has said it's a warehouse / distribution center. The distribution center is a higher standard for review because it has more activity. One of my thoughts was to say, let's just take Carl at his word. No drones, no vans, no home delivery, and put those right on the plan as conditions. And then if he violates those conditions, it'll be an enforcement issue. But boy, that could really set the town up for some unintended consequences. If you just step back and you look at the plan, and I like looking at page, the diagram on A3, sheet A3, it's an elevation. You really see how many doors there are in the building. Whether it's a warehouse, whether it's a distribution center, the doors, I think, is the key. If you're storing stuff in this building, you don't have that many doors. I think the planning board should use the higher standard of the distribution center when reviewing this, because that's the thing that could impact the town the most. In order to protect the town's interests, the town's best interests, we need to do a thorough job reviewing this plan and using that higher standard of distribution center, which has higher traffic, which might need more engineering on the intersections. That's the right thing to do, because that'll defend against a plan that gets approved, a tenant that may move in, and of course, a tenant that moves in is going to use all the docks. Why wouldn't they? There's 100 and some odd docks. They're going to back a truck up to each one. Then it becomes an enforcement issue. Enforcement issues, chasing a tenant around, making changes on the fly as built, those are all nightmares for the town. The time to address this is now. So I encourage the board to look at the plan closely. Forget what Carl's saying, forget what I'm saying, just look at the plan. What is this building designed for? Not what are they asking for, what is it designed for? And when you look at all those doors, I think you can only come to the conclusion that it's really designed to be that big truck terminal, lots of traffic. It's not really designed to just store stuff like a warehouse. So I would encourage the board to take a hard look at those conditional use permits. I don't think they qualify for either one. Ask them to redo the plan. At this stage, they've got great engineers. They could redo the back of that plan, pull everything away from the shoreline. That would be in tune with the master plan, in tune with the Conservation Commission, protect that shoreline, and then give the rest of the site a good review using that higher standard. And I think that'll be in the best interest of Kingston on both fronts. And that's it. That concludes my statements. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you wish.
Thank you, Scott. There's a lot in there to unpack. I know all the issues with the conditional use permits certainly will be considered when we get to the point of doing that review. And I mean, I think your comments about board members taking a close look at the plan. I mean, we should be doing that anyway. That's part of our role. It's part of what we're supposed to do. So, Scott, I don't know if you were looking for any particular response at this point.
I was just opening up to if anyone had any questions. I referenced a couple of sheets. A3 is where I thought the best elevation was, where you can really see the whole building in its entirety. Yep. And all the docks in one straight line, and really look at it and say that's a lot. And we ought to give it that higher standard treatment to be, prepared for some outcomes.
Well, it's a big project. There's,
Yeah.
as has been said many times already through this process, Kingston has not seen anything of this magnitude before, so it's significant for sure.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. All right. I'm going to recognize Brad Witham now for Black Alder Drive. Mr. Witham, you can unmute yourself and.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to applaud Scott's very well presented questions and comments. He addressed several of the topics that I wished to bring up, so I won't belabor those points. I will move on to a couple of others. Most important to me is the discussions that I've had with many Kingston residents, and I'm not going to enumerate them, but except to say at least a dozen have no idea that this process is in the works. Zero. My elaboration of this applicant and what they are asking to do was entirely unknown to them. So my first point is to strenuously object to this Zoom meeting format for a process of this magnitude when there is no, as has been stated many times, no physical location for a meeting wherein the public can attend and address this project, whether or not they have pro or con opinions. So that's my first point. The second point is much more detailed. It has to do with Mr. Bakey's concerns about the Conservation Commission's late 11th hour submission of opinions about this project to the board. I attended the walkthrough of the site during the rainy Saturday session that we went to, and the applicant presented several site change proposals to the board, either at or just prior to that site walkthrough, and no public comment in the what I appear to see as the only public opportunity to meet with the board in person and register comments that we're going to have, that we're going to be allowed. And those comments, although many board members have said at the preamble to this meeting, were asked, answered, and well addressed. My impression from the site walkthrough was that most commentary was shut down, ignored, and walked away from. So I have an entirely different viewpoint than some of the board members about what happened at that site walkthrough. And all that did was galvanize my opinion that there needs to be a tabling of certainly the final vote on this application until the public can actually attend a planning board meeting and address this town-changing application with their commentary, questions, and so forth. And I think it's really shoehorning not only this building onto the site, but shoehorning this application into a position where the board has to vote on it without adequate public input. So I will finish my proposal to the board with that, but I'm very distressed that this is all happening under COVID-19 protocols when every single person who lives in this town will be affected by this application should it be approved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Witham, for your comments. I really don't want to get into a debate of any kind with some of these comments, but I do want to respond at least to the one about the virtual meeting platform. In some respects, it is not the most ideal, but under the circumstances, it is the safest way to do it at this point in time. We also have found that these meetings have had actually better attendance than we typically would have in an in-person format. So there are pros and cons, no question.
If I may interject, sir, I feel that if in-person meetings were being held about this application, you would find that there are many, many more people attending than you are in this Zoom format. That's my final word.
All right. Well, now I am sorry that I responded, because now I feel I want to respond again, and I'm not going to. Okay. But appreciate your comments, Mr. Witham. Shelley Sullivan from Forecastle Court, would you please unmute yourself and address the board?
Yes, hi, thank you. I had a couple questions, concerns. Lighting was, I live in Kings Landing development, so lighting is a concern of mine. If I look at, for example, the new storage facility at 125 and 107, it's like a small runway. It's so bright. And if they're meeting the dark sky requirements, I can only imagine that the lighting of a warehouse of that size will be like a small airport. And I also wanted to inquire about fencing. Will there be some fencing along the backside of that parking area that's on the 107 side? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sullivan. I believe I think we can answer this question pretty easily, and I don't want you guys getting back into screen sharing and everything, but Carl, or maybe Carl, you could address this. I'm pretty sure that there is both vegetation and fencing along that side. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Stockade fence and vegetated buffer.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Sullivan, the plan sets are on the planning board's website, on the town's, the planning board's page of the town's website. So if you had the inclination, you could certainly go there and review the plans, and you could see the detail of the buffering for yourself if you wish to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize Richard Tracy, but you did not put your address in. So when you unmute yourself, would you please also state your address? You need to unmute yourself, sir.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
And
My address is 17 Monarch Way. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
I kind of agree with Mr. Witham. I was at that wet walk around, and I asked a question which never got on the question list that was read off earlier. And I would just like to bring attention to something, and I've also written to the board a couple of times at different dates relative to the 50-foot soft buffer and the 6-foot tall stockade fence that you just mentioned, that Shelley brought up. And I spoke to Glenn about it also, and we measured on the plan that the edge of the building to the beginning of King's Landing is about 1,300 feet. And I said, would you think that with a dozen trucks running around there, you'd hear that noise, even with that buffer? He says, in his opinion, yes. And other people have said the same thing to me. But Carl seemed to throw out a 600-foot measure that he thought was very appropriate. So they got that 50-foot stockade fence situation up there behind the existing trees and pines that are behind the two 107 abutters. And what's happening there is those trees are so old that the pine trees, their limbs are 20 feet in the air, and the city's trees, all their leaves are on the ground, so they have no effect at all. Now, I can't believe that a 6-foot stockade fence is sufficient when it comes to blocking the amount of sound that will be conducted from the backup and all the trucks. I would respectfully ask that the board discuss and require a design change. The requirements for buffer areas in Kingston were conceived in the 1980s when probably the biggest building in town was the candy store downtown near the Sanborns. A monstrous thing like this was never considered. So I would like to see the board consider having them add a highway type fence that's probably 12 to 16 feet tall. It has soundproof material between it in order to guarantee that we'd have at least a shot at not listening to that noise 24 hours a day. And I noticed also on the plan that the evergreens in that 50-foot buffer, they're going to be in the 6-foot range. So they're not going to have much of an effect for probably 6 or 8 more years to help block that noise. And if there's an animal or right-of-way issue, the fence could be offset in a few end spots so that animal would find it easily and run around. There's also state laws that were brought up too about the idling and all the truck noise and beeping. And I know there's a state law that says after 5 minutes, they have to shut it off if the temperature's 30 degrees. I don't know who's going to enforce that. So I'm just assuming that's going to happen and they're just going to idle away. So in Kings Landing, we have a nice little development, and we're just asking that the board give us some consideration and protect us as much as you can from this noise and pollution that we're going to have to suffer from. And thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you.
I think at this point, we'll leave that for the board's consideration, and unless a board member wishes to comment at this point. Okay. Paul La Liberty of 23 Castle Court. We'll recognize you now. You can unmute yourself and go ahead and address your question or comment.
Hi, thank you. I also live in Kings Landing, and I am pretty much covering very similar complaints or recommendations to the board that Richard Tracy and Shelley just spoke about, with regard to the I'll call it the buffer area between Kings Landing and the new warehouse. I'm also in agreement that there needs to be something more than a stockade fence. We need something more in that highway type barrier that's used for absorbing noise and sound and trying to mitigate that noise as much as possible. I personally believe that this will be a night operation more so than during the day, where there will be a lot more truck activity at night and a lot of this backing up to the building. So I'm really concerned about that. And if you don't mind, I'd like to just share my screen with you just for one quick overview. Is that possible?
Well, it looks like you've already done it.
Thank you. So what I am suggesting here.
I wish you would not have done that, but go ahead and make it quick, please.
Well, thank you. So what I'm suggesting is the red line is where I feel that we need something greater than a stockade fence buffer, because there is very little trees left here once you put this parking lot inside in this area for the tractor trailers. So at least if this area here where the tractor trailers would be parking and backing in, at least if we had that barrier there, would help mitigate some of that noise instead of stockade fence. The rest of it can be stockade fence along the remaining portions of the building. That to me is a critical area where there's a large field opening that abuts King's Landing. So I feel that that is an area that is critical for noise mitigation.
Okay, would you please unshare your screen, sir? Thank you. All right. Was there anything else, Mr. La Liberty?
Nope, it's pretty much, it was, like I said, I kind of endorsed what Richard and Shelley already spoke about, but that to me in this neighborhood is a critical area at this point for noise mitigation.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see. Jocelyn Lavoie, 17 Castle Court, we can recognize you now.
Thank you. So I also live at King's Landing, and my concerns are very similar to those who spoke before me regarding and who are in my neighborhood in King's Landing. I'm very concerned about both noise and light mitigation. My question for the board is, this property is zoned commercial. The proposed use for the property conforms to commercial use. But are there any considerations for the size of this project? And how does abutter and community feedback affect the decision of the board whether or not to approve that? Does the quality of life in the town of Kingston affect the board's decisions, or are they only deciding whether or not to approve this project based upon, the empirical numbers and the use that is approved based upon the zoning? So that's a question that I have for the board. How much impact does it matter that people's lives are impacted by this, and that the quality of life of the people who live nearby, as well as, frankly, the property values of those who live nearby will be affected? Are those factors that matter at all to the board? My second question is, how many, and this is for the developers, if you look at this, the proposal, and you look at the maps, and you see how many bays there are and how many doors there are to this warehouse distribution facility, it's a huge number of trucks that are parked all along the perimeter, all along this building. So how many trucks actually will be coming and going on Route 125 on a daily basis? How many hourly will be coming through, and during which hours will they be coming through? Is this a 24/7 operation regardless? So those are my concerns: light, noise, the impact on the community, and the impact on the traffic on Route 125. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that a lot of your questions regarding the number of vehicles and the trips generated and all of that are in the traffic study. I know that that's not an easy document to review, and I think some of those numbers were already presented at one of the previous hearings. I don't know how inclined you are to want to review that, but I believe that we did put that on our website along with the plan documents. So I'm going to refer you to that for some of those answers. With regard to your question on the things that the board considers in its review process, first and foremost, it needs to make sure that an application fits the zoning and site plan review requirements. And so as you explained, it's a checklist of things, if you will. It's a lot of black and white stuff. But in any site review, there is some discretion that comes into play when a board member has to make a decision on something. And that's when we start looking at some of the guidance provided by the master plan and some of the guidance provided by it's not a mission statement, but it's called something else, but it's at the beginning part. If you looked up site plan review in our regulations, there's an intent or a purpose paragraph. And it talks about some of the things that are not so black and white that are to be considered as part of a review process. And, so there's a mix of both, and all of it comes into play. Okay. I think I'm going to leave that one there for now. We have two more folks who have asked for time. Andrea Kenter, 23 Marshall Road. So Ms. Kenter, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, so I don't ruffle any more board feathers than have already been ruffled, but I was a last minute Larry and I got my letter to Ellen quite late today. So I apologize for that. I'll let the letter stand on its merit so the board can digest it over the next couple of weeks before the next meeting. But in general, I mimic a lot of Scott Willette's concerns. I do not believe this applicant has met the CUP criteria. And I've given some rationale to those beliefs in the letter. Additionally, just late last week, the AOT group at DES issued a brand new guidance requiring some additional review of databases for contaminant sources when you are infiltrating stormwater on a property. So I've included that guidance in the letter as well for the board to look at. I'm sure Carl will have to step through those processes and those reviews during his AOT application. But in a nutshell, it requires them to look at known contaminant sources on-site and off-site, and in particular PFAS, that dreaded word that Kingston does not like to hear. And then finally, I found that the hydro study, while it met the nitrate analysis adequately, it fell short, in my opinion, and I've outlined some of the reasons why in the letter. But again, I'll let the board review that and we can discuss it at the next meeting at length. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Andrea, thank you. Mike Norton, 49 Little River Road.
Thank you, Glenn. So from the very beginning, I've had a major issue with the application based on what the applicant is calling the building. Give you some quick background on me. I've been in the logistics business for 36 years. I own the largest office and industrial moving and warehousing operation in New England for 20 years. I sold my shares in that business 6 years ago and I still work there. We presently have and operate 6 warehouses, 4 in Massachusetts, 1 in Connecticut, and 1 in Rhode Island. A third of our total revenue every year is created by a warehousing operation. So unless somebody steps forward, I would say I'm probably the most expert person here tonight when it comes to warehousing. And so when at the design review meeting, when Carl first described this building as a warehouse, I had a problem with that and I brought it up. Based on what Lynn was saying, where you guys she wants comments based on fact, I've done some research on the building and done some finding, and basically I can use numbers to show you that this is not a warehouse. I can describe, we can look at the actual application and how the building is designed, the existing building. You can look at the docks, you can look at the size of the building, the height of the building, and I can actually prove to you that it's either a distribution center or a fulfillment center. And I also want to make sure that people understand that you cannot have a warehouse that is a distribution center. They're 2 separate things. You either have a warehouse or you have a distribution center or a fulfillment center, okay? And a distribution center and or a fulfillment center is much, much different than a warehouse. And they're pretty much mutually exclusive of each other. And the number of docks in this building preclude anybody who was to rent this building in this purchase this building, of actually creating, well, actually, they would lose about $1.5 million a year in total revenue based on the number of docks in the building. So if you allow these people to come to this town and create this building and build it as a warehouse, nobody would purchase it or lease it because they would not capture the revenue of $1.5 million. We are actually in the process right now of looking for a new warehouse because we ran out of space. If I had the need for 800,000 square feet of space, which I don't, I myself would never, ever purchase or lease this building. So I can kind of explain to you how I come up with a number if you want. I don't know if you want me to do that. We could also go through the design of the building, and I can give you specific numbers on how many trucks will be coming in and out of that building based on the design of the building, not hearsay. So all you have to do is look at the building, and you have to do some deductive reasoning and a little bit of math, and you could figure all this stuff out. And I've asked Glenn a number of times during multiple meetings to give me that information. He's refused to do so. I think at one point, Glenn, you told him that before you vote on this, he was going to be required to tell the planning board who the client was and to give us the information that I typically asked him: how many tractor trailers, how many people work there, and how many vans will be coming and going on the site. So,
well, if you're talking, I don't think we've not spoken. You might be talking about the other Glenn.
No, you said in one of the meetings, you said that he was going to be required to give you that information before you voted.
Well, not the tenant, because that is not
Okay.
something, although that's something we would like to know, and it might help us in our deliberations and to come up with the detail that we need. That isn't a requirement,
Okay.
but it is incumbent upon the applicant and for the board to know all of that other stuff. Number of employees, number of trucks, hours of operation, all of those things. That's all checklist stuff in the site plan review regulations that the applicant needs to provide and that the board needs to consider as part of its review. And those things would be very specific items on the plan and would be conditions of any approval.
Okay, so I would wish that the planning board would ask Carl to explain to us whether this building is a warehouse or whether it's a distribution center, and there's significant differences. Also, when you look at the traffic study, it says it's based on historical data from the warehousing industry. And then on page 13, for example, it talks about being a distribution center. It cannot be both. If you're looking at table 1 on page 13, there's a footnote that says that the proposed warehouse vehicle trips is based on a high cube short-term warehouse, and it says high cube fulfillment center warehouse non-sort. So now I'm confused. Is it a warehouse? Is it a distribution center? Or is it a fulfillment center non-sort? And the other point I want to make is that a warehouse is the only type of building out of the three where you make money based on storing stuff inside the building. So what you do is you bring product in from a client, you put it in the building, and you charge them rent. And so you want to use all of the available space in the building. You want to go up as many levels you can with high bay rack. The other two, a distribution center, is totally different than that. They don't make money by storing anything in the warehouse. They make money by processing and bringing items into the warehouse on one side and sending them out on the other side. And the point is, you want to have that stuff in the warehouse in the shortest time possible, because they make their money by actually selling the product as an end result to clients, right? So so when you're looking at the two, a warehouse versus a distribution center, they're totally opposite of each other. So it's impossible for this application to be designed for a warehouse / distribution center. I'd like Kyle to explain why he's using those terms together.
Okay, Mr. Norton, I'm gonna take your comment there and ask you to stop speaking at this point. And if Carl, if you could do a real succinct response to that, I would appreciate it.
Are you, okay, am I on?
You are.
All right. We've always said that this is a warehouse distribution center. And I know Mr. Norton is an expert in what he does. I think we're splitting hairs here when he's saying, well, is this a warehouse? Oh, it's not. Oh, it's a distribution center. Oh, it's not. I don't know where he's coming from, where he's demanding that us as an applicant and the board, we can't have both when it's allowed. We have docks on the building. So we're not saying it's just a warehouse. I don't know where he's coming from on that. He's trying to, we say one thing and he says it, I'm totally confused. We have a building, we have processing, we have warehousing, we have distribution. That's what we've always said it has been. So I don't get, is this a trick question or something? We show everything on the plan, but so if he's mincing the definition of what this planning board is reviewing, we've had everything on the plan, every dock, every slip, every parking space, every detail on this plan, and I still don't know what his question is and why we can't come forth with this plan. And he's saying that it can't be one or the other.
Okay.
And I could show you plenty of examples around New England that have this particular layout.
Okay.
And that's warehouse distribution.
But Glenn, the layout is for a distribution center, not a warehouse.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask both of you to please stop. It was my understanding from the plans that we've had from the get-go that it's warehouse and distribution combination. Whether that can happen or not, Mr. Norton, I don't know. But that's the way it's been proposed to us. It's also been told to us that this is not a fulfillment center, but it is a warehouse distribution facility. So what the board needs to look at is all of the things that are being proposed with regard to traffic and number of vehicles and number of employees and all of that stuff. What clearly you have more to say, but you know, it's 11:15 and I think you've had an opportunity for tonight. If you want to speak at a future meeting, by all means, and if you want to detail any of your comments more in written form, we'd certainly be happy to take that and pass them on to the applicant as well and share them with the board.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last, I believe it's the last, yes, John DeStefano of 26 Monarch Way. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Can everybody hear me?
There you are.
Thank you very much. Well, thanks for the opportunity. I'll be very quick. I know it's late for everybody. We've been on this for quite a while. So I was kind of intrigued to hear the complete detail and drag out that the first session had to have to put on a deck and rebuild their existing home. The board did due diligence, putting them through, I won't say the ringer, but through every course, even as much as grammatical incorrections that need to be amended. Great. I think that where we're at today, this is not adding a deck to a house. This is a huge deployment task that the board should listen to every candidate in the town of Kingston, to not be objective, but to listen and to look at the future. We have no history in this town of anything, even as much as that, you know, the existing location has been empty. Why? It didn't fit the needs. Putting in this huge facility with as much land as it's going to occupy to change everything is got to be considered. And for people on the board to chastise the ability for another department in the town, when they say we should investigate further, I think is kind of reckless, because you can't just make this decision. No respect to anybody that's present who has done an incredible amount of research and detail. I have a problem with that, first of all. I have a significant problem with the traffic analysis. There is no record of any level of documentation that can be even close to what will be presumed to be accurate as to what will happen in Kingston on 125. Zero record. I don't care what case study you have. This town has no credible data. No respect, no disrespect to the people who are experts in the field of transportation. But you don't have a clue. I am sorry. This warehouse is not close to an interstate. This warehouse is not off of a close by exit. This warehouse is going to have 24 hours of continuous operation. It's going to be manned. It's going to be staffed. It's going to have around-the-clock facility purpose. Now, 125 has grown over as many years over the last 20 years. The population maybe didn't grow as much, but commuters have grown, getting to their summer resorts, getting to new businesses, getting to their little favorite place or their destination. The fact of the matter is, the traffic analysis has no credible data to make any clarified decision. And I think the board needs to be considerably aware the future of Kingston is happening now. Reckless decisions will impair our growth. We cannot be challenged by something and say, oh, I think we'll let it go and wait to see what happens. We have to consider everything. That's first. Second of all, is the town should not be influenced by a financial gain because of a potential tax revenue or potential benefits because of other properties that will be given in consideration for conservation. Conservation property has nothing to do with what they're planning to do in this huge facility. And then lastly, I think that, there is no clock that has to be punched to make a decision and vote for this thing today, tomorrow, next week, and next month. I don't care if this thing takes 3 more months. Every avenue of research, every voice, every opinion, every person in the town has been affected by COVID and everything. Everybody needs to be aware. Our local newspaper doesn't talk about this. We don't send direct mailers to people. But how has the town, how has Rockingham County projected this to the residents of Kingston, to Brentwood, to East Hampstead? How is this going to affect everybody's lifestyle in the future? So Kingston is where it's starting. And for the members who live in King's Landing, I applaud you all for being part of this. For the members in town of Kingston, I applaud you for being part of this. For those members of the board who have been open-minded, I applaud you for taking the consideration of the members who live in this town. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. DiStefano, thank you very much. I appreciate the comments, and I honestly can't remember what some of the first ones were, but
well, hopefully Ellen has taken copious notes.
Well, they will be in the minutes, so when I read the minutes, I'll have a chance to go back over them again. And so,
one last thing, thank you so very much, Scott Willett, for starting us off with a very, very open-minded comments. I appreciate you. You capsulized so much of everything that I think many who have spoken before me wanted to offer, but you kind of wrapped it up. So I'll be quiet now. Merry Christmas, everybody.
thank you. And we always appreciate Scott's comments. Scott's a former planning board member for many years. He had a long tenure on this board. And, he knows his stuff when it comes to the board. That's the end of folks requesting comment tonight. I do just want to mention that we received a letter from Dana Akers. I didn't see that name on the call. If that person is on the call, we could recognize them now. If not, I'll just, this is the letter that came in dated December 3rd. It was addressed to Selectmen, Planning Board, and Zoning Board, so all of those individuals got it. There are, it's a very long written correspondence. I highlighted a couple of things. Most of the comments have to do with traffic, but also impacts on aquifer and watershed. He also is making comments about some statements that he heard at previous meetings, just pointing out and stating his position on them. Let's see. And then was asking questions about the smaller lots, when this subdivision is done, that the additional 2 or 3 lots, and questioning whether or not they exceed the lot coverage allowed in the shoreline protection district. And I think actually Carl and Doug addressed that tonight, but that's sort of the nut of the comments from Mr. Akers. Okay. Okay, at this point, Glenn, would you please turn off the chat? We will close public comment at 11:20 p.m. All right. Ellen.
I just wanted to ask this now so it didn't come up next month and Mr. Dubé was caught off guard. I don't know what the impact is, but I've heard it from several people. So I wondered what the possibility is about, and whether it's just a no-go, what the possibility is about putting up those highway sound segments instead of just a stockade fence to try and mitigate some of the possible noise impact. I don't know. I talked to an engineer who thought it was feasible, but that's why I wanted to put it. You don't have to answer me now if you're not comfortable with that, but I didn't want to ask it next month and not have brought up the topic this month for you to reply if you wanted to.
We'll look at that. We'll look at that, and I know, you know, it's 11:30. We're writing our lists and copious notes, including. I want to make sure the takeaway, and I'll shut up. But I want to make sure the takeaway of the conditional use permit criteria. I can't wait to get into all that criteria. We're going to get into that as much detail as you want, just like the house plan that you reviewed previous to this hearing tonight. I look forward to that, and I look forward to sharing all of that detail. We'll step foot by foot through this whole site on that. So I know there was some comments about, well, we haven't addressed it. We have addressed it in writing. We're ready to present to the board all of that detail, but I didn't think the board wanted to get all that yet, but we want to do that. And we'll look at the issue that Ellen, the question about that, as well as others. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Carl. And just so that there's no misunderstanding, a couple of folks commented on the fact that you know, the board took its time and did its due diligence on the previous application, and we would do no less for anything else. And you might consider that one a small application. This one certainly is not a small application, but we dealt with that one in one evening. This one we've been at it several evenings, and we have some more to go before we're done. And we haven't gotten to some of the critical things like the conditional use permits, and so those discussions will be in significant detail as well. And the board will do that. It's part of its process. So just want you all to be assured of that. All right. Anything else from the board at this point?
Glenn, can I just comment real quick?
Chris, yep.
Yeah, just listening to some of the public comment, I think some of the comments made by myself and Peter Bakey earlier may have been misinterpreted as criticizing another entity for offering their opinion and advice, and that wasn't the intention of that at all. We've had some issues over the years of boards providing information and demands at the very last minute and not giving the board the opportunity to review them. So I know for myself personally, I have no criticisms of different commissions giving their input. It's just when we're sometimes expected to act on something with no time to review it, that's a concern we've had with the board moving going on. And you know, I can say some of the public comment that came up, they were asking, you know, how does the board weigh? Is it black and white on certain things? And I think it's a mix of everything, as I think you touched on, Glenn. There are some issues that definitely are black and white. And, you know, I know as I've been looking at this, I've taken into account that a majority of the town voted certain things into zoning this particular district. But I think Scott Willett touched on some fantastic items and things that I've been concerned about with. is that while I think the applicant has been doing a fantastic job making revisions, trying to scale certain things back, I know the applicant just recently said he looks forward to presenting all those items on the conditional use permit, but I can tell you at this time, based off of what I'm seeing, I'm obviously going to have to be shown that they're going to meet those conditions required for the conditional use permit, because there are some items, and I don't want the applicant to think, oh, well, this was never brought up before and this board member never said anything. As of right now, I will probably have a hard time finding that some of these conditional use permits are met. So I'm going to have to be shown that they meet that. So I think there's really a mix, and I think the folks need to know that. Some of it, yeah, I feel we are bound by certain things, and I think there is discretion and subjectiveness to other things. So I think it's important for people to understand that. I know some people usually don't know where I stand, because sometimes I'll defend an applicant when I think the board has pushed a too stringent or last minute requirement on them. But I also always have the town in mind. I'm trying to look at that balance for the land use owner as well as the board in the town.
Thank you, Chris. Lynn, did you have your hand up? No? Okay.
I didn't, but just to jump on what Chris said, I think that when we get the letters earlier and we get report from the town departments by the deadline that they're given, which is much earlier, we're able to ask questions, we're able to do a little bit of research on our own, we're able to get better background and make better decisions. And that's what we look for, is making the best decisions we can based on the laws and the ordinances and the regulations that we are obligated to follow by law. So I don't think there's one person sitting in this meeting tonight that doesn't care about Kingston and Kingston's future. And we're all here to make the best decisions for it.
Glenn? Peter, you trying to speak?
Yeah, just a quick point. Kind of to ride a little bit on Lynn there. As the board members, I just want the people in the town of Kingston to know that we are here in the best interest of the town of Kingston. Well, as a board, we also have a responsibility to the applicant. People that have owned property in this town that want to sell it for whatever their reason is, we have a responsibility to give them the right to explain their case, listen to everything, and make the best decision we can. We have quite a bit of people online with us tonight from Monarch Way, and I want to remind them that this board was the one that put Monarch Way through. There was a lot of people, some of which are on this meeting tonight with us, that did not want that Monarch Way. This board helped put Monarch Way there. And so we are working for the people of the town of Kingston. I just don't think that we make any rash decisions. And like you said, this has been many, many, many meetings, and probably there'll be many more before we make a decision here. So, like Lynn said, the people in the town of Kingston are on our mind, believe me.
All right, thanks, Peter. We're not, public comment is shut off, Mr. DeStefano, I'm sorry. It's gonna have to wait till the next time. Or you can write into us, that's your choice. Richard?
Motion to continue.
To what date? And
I'll let Ellen tell me that.
I guess the question.
January 19th. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is this a January 5th or a January 19th?
19th, she said.
Well, I just said it. Doesn't mean you can, but I think if you're gonna wait for Christmas, Dana, Kyle, and everybody to meet, that January 19th is probably the more realistic of the two dates.
Okay, January 19th.
with any new materials to be received by when?
January 7th at noon.
All right, so the motion has been made. Is there a second?
Again.
Chris?
Yes.
Was that you? Okay.
Correct.
All right, so motion by Richard, second by Chris. to continue this hearing to January 19th at 6:45 PM. With any new plan materials to be submitted to the planning board office no later than January 7th at noon. I'm presuming that the meeting will be, although it's to the dismay of some of you who have already spoken, will be virtual, I suspect, given the way our pandemic numbers are running these days. But if that changes, we'll let you know. But for the time being, you can assume that it's going to be on the Zoom platform.
And Glenn, I just wanted to say to any of the members of the public that anyone that does mail in or email comments to Ellen at the planning board for distribution to the planning board, I know myself and the other members of the planning board, we read through each and every one of those letters. I can tell you if I get it the day of, chances are I'm probably not going to read it before I get on the meeting that night. But I do appreciate all the public having that input. You know, I think it's great, especially if they present something that I want to have the opportunity to look into myself prior to the meeting. I think it's great to get that ahead of time.
Thanks, Chris. Obviously, the sooner the better. If you're going to be making comments, if the board has them ahead of time, and if the applicant can get them ahead of time, it makes for a better discussion at the meeting. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Glenn, just a quick question on the shot clock. We need to get concurrence from Carl to push that shot clock back a little bit.
Well, if you're in concurrence with the continuance, Carl, then you're de facto extending the clock. But if you want to address that directly, that would be good.
I don't think I have a choice.
Well, you do actually. You could force us to make a decision tonight, but you probably wouldn't get the answer you want.
Hobson's choice.
We're going to continue working very, very diligently. I think my wife would tell you that our staff's Thanksgiving, we didn't have one, but we will have a Christmas, I think, and maybe a little bit of a New Year. But the stuff due on the 7th, we'll take care of that. I think it was a very productive meeting, and we are taking notes, and we will deliver again something that I think you guys will be pleasantly. We just want to we want to deliver a good project for the town as well. So we know what we have to work on, and we'll be back. We'll get this stuff over to you, and just thank you for your patience on this.
Thank you, Carl. So you are asking us for a continuance, and you're extending the time clock to that date.
Yes, sir. And thank you, and have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You as well. All right. Any further discussion from the board on the motion to continue? All right. Ellen, would you please call the roll on that one?
Glenn Copeland,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Duguay.
Yes.
Okay, that's everyone. Okay,
That's it.
that's everyone. Okay. All right. So, and for those of you from the public still on the call, this is your notice of that continuance. So just so that you know. All right. Do we have any critical correspondence, Ellen?
No.
All right. I'm gonna, since we don't have any new information on the request for the flower farm at 2 Bob White Drive, can we table that to our first meeting in January? Does anybody know that anything's critical on this, that we need to deal with it right now?
How many flowers are going to grow tomorrow?
Well, I know, but
He's agreeing with you.
I'm agreeing with you.
all right. So if we can make a note, we'll put that on the agenda for what was the date? The 5th?
19th.
No,
No, the 5th.
The first
Well,
Tuesday.
If you want to,
No.
that'll be the only thing on the agenda.
Oh, Well, then we'll deal with it on the 19th. Okay. Minutes. Ellen, did you have any other correspondence? I didn't see anything come my way.
No, nope.
Okay. All right, we have minutes of October 20 and November 17. Anybody ready to make a motion on October 20?
Yeah, I'll move the minutes be accepted as submitted.
Motion by Peter Coffin,
I'll second.
second by Robin Duguay. Discussion, corrections, adjustments. All right, Ellen, would you please call the roll for the October 20 minutes?
Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin Duguay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. November 17th. Which was another very long set of minutes. Ellen? Yes, you know.
I have just one change on those minutes. On page 8, on the third paragraph down, Ellen typed D as in David UP, and I think it's supposed to be C as in
Oh.
conditional UP. That was the only thing I found.
Well, that's pretty good in all those pages.
Hey,
I thought so.
we're almost done.
Any,
Accepting the minutes
did we have a,
of the previous meeting.
do we have a motion on that? Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, I'll move. We accept them as submitted.
No, amended.
Sorry, as amended with a D, sorry, being changed to a C.
Sorry. Motion by Peter Coffin. Who's going to second it?
I would.
Richard. Second by Richard. To accept November 17 minutes as amended. Discussion? Roll call, please, Ellen.
Glenn Kopelman,
I'm going to abstain because I was not there and it was a very long meeting, so I think I will just abstain.
okay. Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin Duguay.
Yes.
So that motion carries. And that is the last item that I have for us. Does anyone have any other? Richard?
One quick thing. I had a notice of Fieldstone doing work. And I'm assuming and pretty sure they have not met any of their conditional improvements. Looking at Glenn Greenwood.
Well, they
You're muted.
Glenn?
There you go.
They're not, they haven't complied with their conditional approval yet.
Okay, I went up there and they were mainly, they've clear cut everything in the front, like to redo the driveway. They brought in some material. I sat there for about an hour waiting to see if trucks showed up, and no one did, but I just wanted to make sure nothing had happened behind the scenes I didn't know about.
Did they file a intent to cut permit?
No.
I drove by there the day after our hearing when we approved it, and there was construction equipment actively working the site and clearing
I
the
will
lot.
call him tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Anything else for this meeting? All right, Richard, I know you need to speak with a couple of us offline afterwards. So those of us who you've asked will hang on, but without objection, I will adjourn this meeting at 11:37 p.m. Thank you all.
Well, to let you know, the server came up partway through, so part of this meeting was going out live.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And,
Hey,
and
Glenn,
what
if-
I have to say is by no means private. It's a.
Glenn, if you can stop the recording, please. I'm sorry, Richard?
I said, what I have to say is not private. I just